take a bite out of this chip because he is what? Scrumptious. Salutations everyone, it is I, Chip Icing, here with my first ever video. And something tells me that this will be a lengthy one, which is probably a mistake as I've never recorded, edited, or uploaded before. But we're just gonna roll with it cause I have just watched the first season of Total Drama Island 2023, and boy do I have a lot to talk about. Now, to provide some background with how familiar I am with the franchise, I first watched Revenge of the Island over 3 years ago, followed by the original Total Drama Island at the time of writing the script about a week ago. I also got 20 or so episodes into Total Drama Action before this new season dropped. So that's currently on hold, but hoping to finish that one out soon and move on with the rest of the seasons. So yeah, a bit of an interesting roadmap concerning my journey with the franchise, but truthfully, I've always been a fan of Total Drama and knew of the show and its characters for much longer, back when the original season aired even. I've just been pretty bad with actually watching the seasons, but no more. I am turning over a new leaf. Every season will be viewed and I will make sure of that. There's also one more thing I'd like to touch on before getting into this review. As most of you all probably know, the season hasn't actually aired yet in an official capacity for Western audiences, such as Canada and the US. Instead, Italy got their hands on it first, with the entire season dropping on Discovery Plus Italy. Suffice to say, it did not take long for the English version to leak out to the entire internet. So, if you're wondering how I was able to watch it, well, there's your answer. Really, my heart breaks for the teams behind Total Drama, as I know they didn't want this either, but the power ultimately lies in the networks and broadcasters as to when and how they air it. In an ideal world, we would have gotten a simultaneous release worldwide with an episode airing per week so we can have fun speculating on what might happen next. But we don't live in that world, unfortunately. Regardless, even if you have already watched the season, please remember to support the official release. If we want more Total Drama in the future, then we need to do our part as fans and support the show. Okay, intro is finally over, we can get into it. This goes without saying, but there will be spoilers beyond this point, so please consider yourself warned. We are first treated to some narration by host Kevin MacLeod, stating that it's been 15 years since the original airing of the show. It really gives off a back to basics vibe, communicating with audiences that this is the Total Drama Island you know and love, with familiar locations and dangers, while also promising that the stakes will be higher than ever, with crazier and deadlier challenges. One thing I'll bring up now is Chris's recasting. Up until this point, Chris has always been played by Christian Potenza, but this time Terry McGurran is taking the helm. I'm not here to get into the potential reasons behind Christian's departure, but I will say that Terry did a great job voicing Chris in my opinion, and I didn't mind a change. After Chris's speech is over, we are treated to a brand new intro. And I must say, the "Hey, what's up? I'm here to slay" line really took me out. Was not expecting that, but work, I guess. Overall though, I really liked the intro and the small glimpses into the characters we got to see. Does it hold a candle to the original season's opening? Probably not. Is it too short? Yes. Others have already pointed this out, but Emma, Damien, and Chase not showing up till the very end was kind of weird. But hey, the ending sequence with most of the campers whistling was a neat little touch. Now comes time we get to meet the campers. First one to arrive is Millie, who has a very interesting motive for arriving on the island. In her words, she wants to research the epic veil that is her own generation. Very curious, not much I can really say about her off the bat, but she strikes me as someone who's smart, I guess, or thinks she's smarter than everyone else, or maybe both. Next up is Axel, who is giving me Lara Croft tease, or maybe Jill Valentine tease since she's prepping for a zombie apocalypse. I think her design is pretty fun. I'm sure her survivalist training will be very useful on certain challenges. After her is Priya, who honestly is a wild one for me. Essentially, her parents are Total Drama superfans who have been training her since birth. Literally. I thought the callback to Owen was pretty nice, but overall felt kind of bad for her. Having to go through all that at a young age to prep for a reality TV competition seems a bit much, don't you think? It just seems like a tough break. But I do think she's definitely one to watch out for. Next comes Z, who I immediately fell in love with from the minute he started speaking. To Z's voice actor, you absolutely crushed it, well done. A very cool, laid-back personality who doesn't seem to take life so seriously and likes drinking soda. I mean, what's not to like? Also, that part where Chris rejected Z's hug made me laugh. Up next is Ripper, who seems like the complete polar opposite of Z. Where Z is chill, Ripper appears to be pretty confrontational and crass. From what we currently know, Ripper doesn't seem to care about other people, orders flaming hot chicken wings, and thinks that pooping in a stranger's purse on a bus shouldn't be a crime. Suffice to say, a very colorful personality. Weirdly enough, I'm excited to learn more about him. He seems really goofy and just a bunch of trouble, in a good way, but maybe also in a bad way. Also, the gag with the plate spelling out boobies backwards was very clever. Good job. Damien is up next. Besides his cool design, I think the main takeaway is him not knowing anything about the show, which can provide for some pretty funny situations. It'll be cool to see his reactions to the horrors that await him. A true fish out of water story. Interesting how his audition tape was filmed in a chemistry lab. Maybe he's knowledgeable in the sciences? We'll see. Lauren's next, who appears to be the most sadistic one thus far. Very curious on how she'll interact with the other campers. I'm a bit worried that her character won't have too much substance and that she'll just be more of a gimmick, but fingers crossed that that isn't the case. Her design is also really sick. After Lauren comes Bowie, and I like him. As a gay man myself, it's really nice to finally see a gay character on the show. Some online have the opinion that Bowie is designed too stereotypically for their liking, but personally, I have no issues with it. Fact of the matter is, well, some gay guys in real life look and dress like that. So as long as there's more to Bowie's character than just his sexuality, I think he'll turn out just fine. I also like how he appears competitive and in it to win it. Chase is up next, and he appears to be a prank/stunt influencer of some sort. He also went through a breakup. Pretty entertaining intro montage overall, but truthfully I kind of found Chase himself to just be okay. But maybe he'll grow on me. In an ironic twist of fate, however, the girlfriend Chase broke up with is our next contestant, Emma. Whatever happened to cause their breakup has Emma very pissed, so it'll be interesting to see how their interactions develop. Mary Kate, or MK for short, is another early favorite of mine. I like her voice, her attitude, and her being a pickpocketer just seems really cool to me. I think another one to watch out for sure. After MK is Caleb, who is giving Major Justin vibes from the original season. So beautiful that even the fish are head over heels for him. Curious to see what kind of character he is beyond the good looks though. Up next are the hockey bros, Wayne and Raj. Okay, just want to go on a side tangent for a moment here. I initially made the conscious decision to not factor in pre-season first impressions into this video, as that would blow up the runtime way more than it already is. It just made more sense to make a separate video on that if I really wanted to. However, what I will say is that up until the season finally dropped, I was kind of obsessed with these two. What can I say? Ever since I've read Check Please, I've been a stickler for gay hockey bros, and this was no exception. Wayne specifically had my favorite design of the entire cast. Just something about his perpetually nervous expression that made me love him even more. So just want to highlight that I am very biased for these two and was crossing my fingers that they'd be the gay ship of the season. Okay, side tangent over. I found their intro to be very adorable. Their voices and laughs were so cute and they just seem like a bunch of fun. Loved their interaction with Ripper too. I was a bit surprised by Wayne in the sense that I speculated him to be more shy, but nonetheless enjoy his himbo energy. Okay, that's enough of that. Next we have Nichelle, who has a really cute design. Also star of Hot Teen Ninja Detective Squad and Gorgeous People High. Very important pieces of lore, I'm sure. Priya fangirling over her and feeling embarrassed in the confessionals afterwards was really cute too. Last but certainly not least is Julia, who certainly ticks all the influencer boxes, I must say. Another cute design. Strangely enough, I didn't have too much to say about her on first impression. I remember speculating that this was all a facade hiding a different personality, and well, I mean, I don't want to jump ahead already, but if you know, then you know. And that's all 16 campers. Lauren, Damien, Millie, Ripper, Z, Chase, Priya, and Axel are assigned to the ferocious trout, while Nichelle, MK, Bowie, Emma, Caleb, Wayne, Raj, and Julia are assigned to the frogs of death. Oh, and nice outfit from Chef. I believe he wore the same one for Total Dramarama, which I have not watched. Before the first challenge starts, we get some fun little interactions in the cabins, like with Priya being unnerved by Lauren, as well as Ripper's one-sided argument with Z. Side note, but my earlier point of them being opposites also rings true here. I feel like they have potential to be a great duo. We see a cute little interaction with Bowie and the Hockey Bros, MK at her best, stealing Julia's phone among other things, and Bowie trying to get Emma to spill the tea on her breakup. Now, we get to the challenge. I'm going to be paraphrasing heavily here, but basically it involves two blindfolded campers tied together to the waist from each team, trying to traverse a course filled with deadly obstacles, retrieve these gross buckets of fish chum, and haul them back to their destination, which is the tower. Two more campers try to be the eyes and give direction for the blindfolded ones, while the remaining four have the job of hauling up the buckets to the tower via this platform pulley thing. And the first team to get all of that done wins. All things considered, pretty standard fare for Total Drama and overall a solid challenge. A few interesting things of note in this challenge. Ripper got his pants ripped, much to the horror of all his teammates. Nichelle and my baby boy Wayne got hurt. And most dramatic of all, we get some backstory behind Chase and Emma's falling out. Basically, Chase cut the brakes on Emma's car, causing her to crash into a pet store. Which is pretty messed up, no arguments there. Chase, however, doesn't seem to think it's a big deal, however, so we'll just have to wait and see how this turns out. Oh, and Wayne is a piggyback champ and won the Prince Albert piggyback tournament 3 years in a row. Yeah, super important, I include that too. In the end, however, the ferocious trout came out victorious, which means the Frogs of Death will unfortunately be voting someone off tonight. Side note, but I really love how much more cinematic feeling the walk to the campfire pit is. Really does a good job in building up tension. I also love how Chef is providing some commentary for certain campers and how their actions may very well be what causes them to be eliminated. Also a nice touch and helps to further increase that tension. Also, another cute himbo moment with Wayne and Raj, with Julia looking fairly concerned in the background. Ultimately, after all is said and done, it's Caleb that gets eliminated thanks to Bowie's sneaky scheming behind the scenes. I see you, Queen. To be frank, I would have been much more surprised at Caleb's elimination, but the trailers for the show made it kind of obvious, so yeah, it was pretty expected. As for Caleb himself, really, I don't have much to say because we just didn't get to see him much. It really makes me wish we got at least a double premiere like with the original season to flesh him out some more, but alas. I'm fairly hopeful that the second season will expand on his character more, but until then, we get to see him carried off by a drone, the newest form of departure for the series. And that was episode 1. A strong start to the season, might I add. I love the characters, see potential storylines manifesting, and find the animation and overall presentation very nice to look at. Well done overall. 1 episode down, 12 more to go. Let's get into it. Episode 2 begins with Bowie and Emma at the main lodge, discussing the first elimination. From the get-go, Bowie tells Emma that Caleb's elimination was his doing and uses it as a way to strengthen his alliance with Emma more, as she might not even be here if it weren't for Bowie's interference. From there, Bowie shifts the conversation to Chase, offering Emma to get back at him when the opportunity presents itself. So far, Bowie's social game has been top-notch, from convincing the majority to eliminate what might have been the strongest competitor in the game, to leveraging Emma's hatred of Chase to forge an alliance with her. Bowie very much is establishing himself as a competent strategist in the game. Meanwhile, we get a pretty fascinating scene involving Damien, Ripper, and Millie. Ripper, seeing Millie writing on her notebook, comes to the immediate conclusion that she is, indeed, a nerd. Ripper then goes on to steal Millie's notebook and makes a fool out of himself before chucking it over to Damien, who in turn gives Millie her notebook back. Then, out of nowhere, Ripper starts farting with a focused, resolute expression on his face, counting steamboats in the process before stopping, appearing disappointed. Turns out, farting is pretty serious business for Ripper, trying to beat out the world record holder for longest fart. 48 seconds, by the way. He even goes as far to say that it's his life ambition. So yeah, as skeptical as Damien is, Millie seems absolutely fascinated and continues to journal her research. As for Damien, we get more insight on his knowledge of science and the human body, which prompts Ripper to also call him a nerd. Multiple times. Now, it might seem like I spent a lot of time on this seemingly inconsequential scene, but for purposes of getting to know the characters more, I found it very interesting. From Ripper's eccentric worldview to Millie's giddy curiosity and Damien's science knowledge, we start to paint a clearer picture on who these campers really are. With that said, we can pivot to the next scene. We see Axel in menacing war paint gesturing to Z and Chase to feast on some prey she caught earlier, which were squirrels. Chase is freaked out and doesn't want any, but Z and Lauren, who happens to be hiding underneath the cabin for some reason, seems to enjoy the squirrels. Lauren may be a bit too much. Axel is adamant that Chase eats as well, but is interrupted by Chris's announcement, proclaiming that the next challenge starts in 10 minutes and that everyone should head to the beach. Chase has the excuse he needs to get away. We then cut to MK in the confessional booth, using the phone she stole from Julia last episode to link it to the confession camera and download everyone's confessionals for her to watch. Honestly, this is brilliant. MK is giving me everything I wanted so far and I'm loving it. Instead of playing the social game, she has no problem getting more creative with her skill set, allowing her to dish out the dirt on her fellow campers if need be. An icon if you ask me. Now comes challenge time. Basically, the teams are assigned their own ship and have to fire at the opposing ship to sink it. This will be done through 2 cannons situated at each ship. Instead of actual cannonballs, however, cabbage heads will be used instead. The teams themselves will have to assign roles for each other. Who will be captain, who will bring cabbages up from below deck, and who will work the cannons. If any camper is thrown off the ship and into the water, then they're out of the challenge and have to swim to shore. For the Frogs of Death, Wayne takes initiative and volunteers to be captain of his ship, while Raj and MK bring the cabbages, Bowie and Emma work one cannon, and Julia and Nichelle work the other one. Also, another opportunity for me to gush at the Hockey Bros and their cute little mascot cheer. So cute. Things, however, are not as smooth sailing over at the Ferocious Trout, with Axel and Ripper fighting over who gets to be captain. Despite a majority vote going to Axel, Ripper doesn't want to give up the role, which prompts Axel to literally face kick him off the ship. Certainly one way to resolve the argument, but now the Ferocious Trout is down a teammate, which Priya and Chase both take note of. Now, I'm sure Axel meant well, but this unfortunately is not a good look for her. With the assignments confirmed, the fight finally begins. Right away, Priya is knocked out, and again, I feel kind of bad for her. Apologizing to her parents in the confessional for losing so quick. Frankly, she doesn't owe her parents any apology, but understanding her character at this point in time, I get it. Another strange thing I noticed with Axel is how she ordered Z to stitch up their flag, which seems like a strange priority right now. Nowhere did the rules say that the team flag had to be intact for the challenge. It just feels like an additional waste of a player to have him focus on something like that. Bowie also makes good on his promise earlier today by suggesting to aim specifically at Chase, which Emma happily agrees to. Meanwhile, over at the shore, Chris just so happens to forget one additional thing. He needs to release the sharks. Of course, for no particular reason other than to inflict fear and pain onto the campers, which is certainly in character for Chris at least. Poor Damien is the next one to be knocked out and at the mercy of a shark when all of a sudden, Lauren comes to his rescue, knocking the shark out with her cannon. Very pleasantly surprised by this development, even though her confessional does walk it back a bit by justifying Damien's survival to hear him scream in the future. But whatever, I'll take it. As Emma and Bowie continue to terrorize Chase, Wayne catches on and thinks that targeting players over the ship itself is a great idea, as that'll result in less players, which means a more exposed ship overall. With that strategy set in motion, the ferocious Trout, well, proceeds to get absolutely wrecked. Millie, Axel, and Chase all get blasted off, with Emma celebrating Chase being knocked out with this adorably silly little dance. Down to just Lauren and Z on the opposing team, Lauren hatches up a pretty clever plan actually. She essentially wants to ram the ship with the opposing team's ship, causing both to sink, which will end the game with a tie. Once again, pleasantly surprised by Lauren here. I'm glad she's taking the game seriously. However, she becomes the next victim of the Frogs' offense, leaving Z as the sole player. Z ultimately decides to go with Lauren's plan and starts charging the ship straight toward the opposing one. As much as the Frogs try to sink the opposing ship, it seems like all might be lost. The Frogs fearfully brace for impact, but at the last second a random seagull lands on the steering wheel, causing Z's ship to pivot and crash on some rocks, causing the ship to go down. Z at least seems like a good sport about it. And with that, the Frogs of Death snags their first win. A very impressive win, might I add, considering they were already down a player from last week, and nobody from their team got thrown off the ship. I know I tend to show my bias a lot toward the Hockey Bros, but Wayne really carried this challenge and showed great leadership skills and decision making. While not the sharpest tools in the shed, he and Raj for sure are establishing themselves as fierce competitors in the game. Also, Wayne and Raj deciding on being beekeepers in case they don't become pro hockey players because of their love for syrup just absolutely sends me. Especially with Bowie's confessional immediately clarifying that bees don't make syrup. Never change, Hockey Bros. Never change. We're then treated to a pretty shocking scene of Z being attacked by a shark, with his right leg being chomped off. Everyone is pretty shocked except Z, who seems much more bummed out than anything. Turns out, the chomped leg the shark spit back out was actually a prosthetic. Very cool reveal overall. I was already spoiled by this detail from one of the trailers, but nonetheless appreciate this kind of inclusion. Z's comeback to Axel's question on why he didn't disclose his prosthetic leg was also really good too. Shows that the leg itself in the grand scheme of things isn't really a big deal. Axel found Z's response fair, which I appreciated from her as well. We then get two interesting confessionals from Chase and Emma. Chase thinks that Emma was checking him out and still loves him, while Emma feels immense joy at Chase being hurt. Suffice to say, Chase doesn't seem to be especially good at reading the room. Now it's the ferocious Trout's turn in the limelight, with one of their teammates being voted off tonight. Chef points specifically to Lauren, Z, Ripper, and Axel as potential campers to be eliminated. Lauren for not warning Millie of the incoming cabbage, Z for not crashing his ship onto the opposing team, Ripper for immediately being thrown off the ship, and Axel for being the one to kick Ripper off the ship. Side note, but Z in the confessional being confident that he'll stay cause there's still the mystery of how he lost his leg was pretty funny, especially since he immediately revealed that he was simply born without it. After all is said and done, however, it's Axel that's voted off, which I was surprised by. Now in hindsight, she did not do her team any favors with pushing Ripper off, but I still envisioned her going really far. Alas, she is the next to go. For my parting words to Axel, I overall enjoyed her a lot. Definitely made more of an impression than Caleb. Unfortunately, I think her defining flaw was her hard-headedness. She had a specific vision for how to approach things, which caused her to be less of a team player. Again, her pushing Ripper off was the defining reason for her elimination, as unpleasant as River is. I can definitely see her getting much further in season 2. She's still incredibly competent and has a lot of skills to show off. But for now, we say goodbye to Axel. And that was episode 2. I loved this episode. Such a fun challenge. My favorite so far, actually. Even though there's only been 2 episodes. And of course, seeing my hockey bros do well will always bring a smile to my face. Unsurprisingly, I am currently Team Frogs of Death, but we shall see how they fare in future challenges. 2 episodes down, 11 more to go. Let's get into it. Episode 3 begins with Wayne, Raj, and Emma raving about the movies Nichelle starred in, whether it be Nichelle's fight against a ninja in Flight or Fight Attendant, or her slaying a werewolf with a silver flute in Werewolf Band Camp. Very fun little scenes, and we get to see Nichelle in cute outfits. Although the "people say I'm great at everything" line does raise some eyebrows. Foreshadowing mayhaps? Next scene pivots to Priya and Millie, with Priya doing some pretty intense training while eating, well, whatever that is. While training, Priya tells Millie that winning Total Drama Island isn't necessarily her dream, but that of her parents. Anyone surprised? What's even worse about this though is how medical school, something Priya is actually interested in, isn't even a possibility for her parents unless she wins the season. Absolutely wild. And Millie seems to think so too, journaling about Priya's parents within the confessional. The following scene has Z telling a story to his fellow campers, Chase and Damien, about how he lost his leg, which in this case involved bungee jumping from a helicopter into a piranha pit. I can't even be mad at Z for lying here. If I was missing a limb, I would probably do the exact same thing. Nonetheless, Chase reacts with excitement at how sick that is, while Damien reacts with great concern, rambling about how unsafe every part of Z's story was. Damien in particular is becoming a favorite of mine as I learn more about him. He just strikes me as such a softie, and I absolutely love it. Next scene is one of Bowie and Raj sitting together at the main lodge. Raj is telling Bowie a story of how he one time swallowed 3 teeth, 2 of which weren't even his, when all of a sudden, Raj accidentally spills his spoonful of sludge onto Bowie's shirt. Raj clumsily tries to get the sludge off, but Bowie doesn't seem to mind actually, clasping at Raj's arm and stating that it's fine, with Raj reacting in a bashful manner. Ooh, what do we have here? Honestly, I could go more in depth into the scene, but I think it speaks for itself. That and we'd be here for forever, so for everyone's sake, we can put a pin on these 2. The interaction itself is cut short by Wayne entering the scene with 6 bowls of sludge on him. Big boy's gotta eat, I guess. Bowie taps out and Wayne is given the green light to take Bowie's bowl of sludge. Wayne then makes a bet that he can eat 2 bowls before Raj can finish 1, which Raj agrees to. Another fantastic scene of my hockey bros, if I do say so myself. Another day, another challenge. This time, one person from each team will, at random, be selected to sit out and watch. The 2 selected are Julia from the Frogs of Death and Damien from the Ferocious Trout. Both seem pretty happy about being chosen, Damien especially, but that happiness quickly turns to concern when the glass booths they're told to enter lock from behind them. The rest of the campers, one by one, have to go through what's called the obstacle course of death, which consists of a rope wall climb, a crawl under barbed wire, and traversing a long, greased up platform till they used a rope at the end to swing to and retrieve their team colored key code number, which will then be used to gradually unlock the glass booth that Damien and Julia are locked in. As this is one number per teammate, everyone from the team will have to successfully complete the course in order to fully unlock their booth. And, to up the stakes, the booths start to fill with water. Yep, someone might very well die today. And not that this is the first time Chris puts his campers in mortal danger or anything, he literally does it every week, but drowning specifically is just rough. So yeah, Damien's freakout is very much reasonable. Julia at least seems to be taking it well though. After both teams determine the running order, the challenge begins. Raj and Ripper are up first, and while climbing the wall, Ripper gets a little surprised. Bears, of all things, are inside the wall, making the climb up extra dangerous. Ripper also finds out that the wire is electrified. The hard way. Oh, and Ripper slipped off the greasy platform and into the ground. Yeah, Raj absolutely smoked him like a king, retrieving the first number and tagging MK into the race. While behind, Ripper eventually retrieves his number and tags Chase into the race. MK, while taking her time, manages to complete the course as well and tag Emma in, while Chase, in an effort to show off, falls behind. So much so, in fact, that Emma gleefully passes him as well. Not looking good for the ferocious trout. In a display of graceful movement from Bowie, Wayne comments that Bowie got some moves, in which Raj follows up with, "Yeah, he looks great," before realizing his slip-up and correcting himself. Yeah, we know what you are. Damien, meanwhile, has had it and proclaims that if he survives this, he's quitting the show. Of course, it's not so easy, as the contract Damien signed states that if he leaves on his own volition, then he owes $1 million instead, which Damien just doesn't have. And so, because of that, Damien's desperate quest to have his teammates vote him off the show is put into motion. Will he succeed? We'll see. We get a funny little scene of Z channeling his inner worm, and then cut to Bowie tagging Wayne into the game. Another golden moment with my hockey bros hyping each other up, and Wayne takes off. After Z comes Millie, who seems to have a bit of a hard time but ultimately gets through the course. The ferocious trout, however, are still behind as Wayne has already returned, just leaving Nichelle for the frogs, while Priya and Lauren still have to go. Speaking of Nichelle, she's struggling, more so than any other camper thus far. While she is getting through the course, Priya managed to pass her and is making her way back to Lauren. And just as Nichelle managed to retrieve the last number, she, loses it in the wind. But that's okay, because Nichelle's the star here and will win for her team, and she's on the ground in despair. The big twist, she doesn't do her own stunts. A genuine surprise to some, and to others, well. But really it goes further than that. All the cool things she allegedly did on screen was done by a 46-year-old stuntman in a braided wig named Jerry. While Nichelle is in a state of crisis, Priya tags Lauren in, and something tells me that she's not entirely human, judging by her being able to scale up the rope wall with just one jump and proceed to absolutely wreck the bear inside it as well. Whatever she is though, she's absolutely crushing it and is starting to bridge the gap between her and Nichelle. Emma, to her credit, is trying to be supportive and encouraging to Nichelle, but MK is not having it and insults her a few times. While MK could be nicer about it, I certainly understand the frustration of watching your teammates' impressive lead slowly dissipate by someone who touted themselves earlier as being great at everything. Nonetheless, Emma is finally able to get through to Nichelle and bring her spirits back up, enough for her to snag the number and start her run back. And just when we thought she had it in the bag, she hits the back of the rope wall. Lauren enters the last number and unlocks the booth, freeing Damien from death and winning the challenge, which means another round for the Frogs of Death at tonight's elimination ceremony. Oh, and Julia almost dies, but Emma was able to retrieve the number from a crying Nichelle and free her, so that's good. No casualties today, thankfully. And so we reached the elimination ceremony. Really, for this one, it was between Nichelle and MK here. Nichelle for costing everyone the challenge win, and MK for not being a team player and bringing Nichelle down more than she already was. Also, can't help myself, but just had to bring up the confessional of Wayne and Raj feeling some type of way at the realization that all movies and TV shows are lies. But there's a silver lining, as wrestling is still 100% real. Gosh, I love these himbos. After all is said and done, however, it's Nichelle that's ultimately voted off. And frankly, for good reason. MK might have been harsh, but she at least got through the challenge. That, and I feel like she has much more to show. As much as MK herself wants to slip under the radar, she and her sarcasm have been an absolute highlight for me. Once we got Nichelle's mask off moment, however, I knew it was over for her. Does that mean I didn't enjoy Nichelle as a character? Absolutely not. If anything, it gives her more room for growth in season 2. I can certainly see a redemption storyline in the cards, but that's only if she can work for it and strengthen herself as a person. I genuinely believe she can, but for now, we see her get taken away by the drone, all while blaming her downfall on her 46-year-old stunt double, Jerry. And that was episode 3. Yet another exciting challenge with great character progression and fun scenes. Who will be the next to go? There's only one way to find out. 3 episodes down, 10 more to go. Let's get into it. Episode 4 begins with Chase stopping by, interrupting Priya and Millie's initial conversation. Here, Chase recounts the last challenge and thanks Nichelle for being very bad at it. Priya feels sorry for Nichelle and Millie chimes in as well before Chase shifts the conversation over to Emma, who still seems to think that what he did to her wasn't a big deal. Millie rightfully calls him out, which causes Chase to be defensive and asks Millie to try harder at making friends. Priya then comes to Millie's defense by saying that she's her friend and throws Chase's words back at him, saying that he should try harder at making friends. Chase, appearing over it, leaves. After Millie thanks Priya for defending her, Priya excitedly says that they should form an alliance. While Millie is hesitant due to her lack of preparedness versus someone like Priya, Priya offers to train Millie, and after continuous begging from Priya, Millie agrees. Now, I find this alliance pretty interesting in the sense of differing priorities between these two. Priya obviously came to win, while Millie is more so invested in her research. There's also that added layer of Millie saying some less than flattering things about Priya and her parents. At the current moment, however, they seem to be getting along well enough, so I'm curious to see how their dynamic plays out as the season goes on. Who knows? They might even give Bowie and Emma's alliance a run for their money. The next scene shows Wayne and Raj still not over the fact that the movies Nichelle starred in aren't actually real. MK tries to be the voice of reason here, but it doesn't seem to be especially effective, with the Hockey Bros realizing that, since they're on TV, they're not real as well? MK said it best in her confessional, but you don't have to mess with some minds when they can mess with themselves. After that, we get Chase trying to talk to Emma. Bowie graciously offers to give them privacy, except not really. And from here, we get Chase telling Emma that he's healing up from the cabbage bruises and to not worry about him. Emma tries to push back on this narrative by asserting that she was the one to attack Chase with all those cabbages, but Chase reads this as him constantly being on Emma's mind and is flattered, leaving in a good mood. Emma is incredibly frustrated by this and just wants Chase to understand that they are over. Bowie offers a good suggestion: just stop thinking about Chase. While that may sound easy in theory, however, Emma seems to struggle with this. In a way, it appears that both can't seem to get over each other. Chase is still delusional that Emma likes him, and Emma fixates on causing Chase untold amount of pain and suffering. Frankly, a fairly toxic situation overall, so we'll see how things unfold with them moving forward. We then see Priya wanting to expand her alliance with another person, and eventually settle on Lauren being the only option. Which is interesting. While it's true that Damien only wants to vote himself out, and aligning with Chase and Ripper of all people might not be the best idea, Z probably would have been a much better pick. If anything, Lauren is the true wild card of this season so far. Nonetheless, Priya approaches Lauren with the intention of forming an alliance. And well, it goes as well as one expects it to. Priya compliments Lauren, saying how surprised she was at Lauren's ability in the last challenge. Lauren, however, takes this as Priya expecting her to be bad in the challenge. And as if things couldn't get worse, Z tries to clarify the misunderstanding by saying that Lauren looked weak and dressed like a haunted circus doll, which is why Priya was surprised, as she thought Lauren would have sucked at all of the challenges. Yeah, judging by Z's confessional, he appears to sincerely feel like he helped the situation, so at the very least, we can give him points for trying. After turning her head a full 180 degrees, like the spawn of Satan, Lauren appears ready to strike Priya down when we get another announcement from Chris, stating that it's challenge time. Very good timing indeed. Today's challenge is called Capture the Skull, in which the two teams are each given a fort. In front of the forts is a skull resting on a pedestal. The name of the game here is for one team to capture the other team's skull and return it back to Chris, all while protecting their own skull. Simple enough. Each fort is given several weapons, such as fire hoses, stink bombs, boulders, and harpoon launchers. Well, the last one actually being toilet plunger launchers, which are at least moderately safer with the air pressure turned down. In addition, shields at random intervals will be popping up and down at each fort area, which will be useful for cover. After the teams are at their forts, we see some good strategizing from Wayne and Raj, even if their hockey jargon does make it hard to follow for everyone else. As for me, I think I was able to understand some of it. Not all though. Love the confessional from Bowie comparing the hockey bros to puppies. I very much agree here. With the ferocious Trout hearing a menacing hoot hoot coming their way, Priya quickly scrambles for a plan of action. Z takes the fire hose, Ripper the plunger harpoon, and Lauren the jackhammer? Looks like Chef left it there by mistake, but Chris of course is more than happy to include it within the game. And hey, it proves to be a pretty effective addition, judging by Lauren managing to scare away the incoming frogs. With the frogs on the run, Chase, Priya, and Millie begin a counter-offensive, with Damien tagging slowly behind. Emma and Julia, but mainly Emma here, are on defense, with her managing to hose down Millie. Priya was going to be next, but a shield popped in at the right time to save her. The exact same thing happens with Chase, which once again sends Chase the wrong message that Emma is being considerate of him, which pisses Emma off greatly. Hiding from Lauren, Bowie and the Hockey Bros agree to use MK as a distraction while they go on to snatch the skull. While running for her life, she comes across a shack to hide herself in, which just so happens to be a control panel of sorts for the game's shields. Yeah, MK has definitely lucked out here and now knows what she must do. Meanwhile, Lauren decides to chase down Damien next, even though they're both on the same team. On the one hand, this kind of frustrates me as Lauren has been smart about the game in the past, so her doing something like this kind of walks back my initial hopes of her taking the competition more seriously. On the other hand though, she does love to hear Damien scream, so at least her characterization is consistent. And to be fair, Lauren herself does admit to getting carried away in the confessional, so maybe she didn't mean to go after Damien like that. We then cut to Wayne, Raj, and Bowie on their offense, with Z and Ripper trying to defend their territory. They kind of do a bad job at it, so Ripper decides to drop down and unleash the boulder. Wayne, bless his heart, tries to stop the boulder instead of dodging it, and proceeds to get flattened. Ripper unleashes another one straight for Raj, but Bowie manages to push him out of the way, with Wayne getting wrecked again. My poor baby boy. We then get, yeah, you see the visual, Bowie over Raj, with both smiling at each other. Not that there was much doubt before, but things now feel more certain. We're building up to a Bowie and Raj relationship. And a Raj coming out story as well. Wayne being so excited at Raj telling him when he's ready just absolutely melts my heart. A true supportive king. Now, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings concerning this development, but I really don't want to derail things any further, so once again, we'll circle back to this topic at a later time. For now though, I'll just say that I am very, very happy for Raj and Bowie. Ripper meanwhile plans his own defensive strategy, foregoing the stink bombs in favor of using his own fart to ward away Raj and Bowie. Absolutely disgusting, but effective. Ripper then decides to seek out the skull himself, leaving Z to defend the fort. With MK controlling the shields, the game has changed drastically. He ejects a hiding Damien to get Lauren's attention again, and proceeds to mess with Priya, Millie, and Chase by lowering their shields on the line of fire. Bowie and Raj, still reeling from Ripper's fart, decide to tag out, with Emma tagging in to find the skull. After being told by Priya that the shields keep disappearing, we then get Ripper at his most shocking moment. He uses Priya as a shield instead. And so, she gets splashed by water, gets a plunger to the face, and collides with a boulder. All while Ripper is unharmed and secures the skull. Wow. I don't even know what to say here. This is just horrible. Of course, Ripper was never really the most pleasant guy to be around, but there was at least hope for a softer side from him. But nope, Ripper is just terrible. What especially sends me though was Bowie, the Hockey Bros, and Julia not really caring anyways, and using all that they got to stop Ripper and Priya. Oh man, between the Lauren incident and this, it has not been a good day for Priya. Before Ripper can celebrate, however, MK activates another shield and stops him in his tracks, with the skull flying over to where Damien and Lauren are. Lauren picks it up, and in what may very well be the most baffling decision of the season yet, decides to waste time by giving the skull a makeover before handing it over to Chris. Is she asking to be eliminated this episode? Emma meanwhile overhears MK from an intercom, asking her to move closer to the tree. Emma does so, and MK activates the shield underneath, launching Emma straight to the skull. Emma then proceeds to get hosed with water and, comically enough, tumbles and is thrown straight to where Chef and Chris are, winning the challenge for the Frogs of Death. Celebrations ensue until MK arrives, with everyone thinking that she ghosted the challenge. Emma at least knows of MK's help, but maybe a bit too late though since everyone else left already. I honestly feel for MK here cause she really carried this challenge and brought the Frogs to victory without getting any of the credit. Poor MK. Over at the Ferocious Trout, we get some conversations as to who deserves to be eliminated tonight. Lauren cost everyone the win cause she wanted to play makeover with a skull, while Ripper literally used Priya as a human shield and disregarded her safety. Oh, and Priya, by the way, is absolutely pissed and has a personal vendetta against Ripper now. As she should. There's no defending what Ripper did. Damien, meanwhile, volunteers himself as the next to go. So, 3 options. Who will be going home tonight? After we get to the elimination ceremony and recount those 3 specific teammates, it is ultimately Lauren who is eliminated, who then proceeds to go full demon mode and claim vengeance on those who voted her off before cheerfully leaving. Priya, meanwhile, is confused. If she, Millie, and Lauren voted for Ripper and Damien voted for himself, then how did Lauren get enough votes to be eliminated? Ooh, seems to be some kind of mystery with this elimination. Maybe it'll come up again? Parting words for Lauren was not my favorite, unfortunately, which is an absolute shame because her design is so good. But I just don't think there was enough character for her to really grow beyond her creepy disposition. I was worried that she would be more of a gimmick character and, well, it kind of ended up being the case. Now, I'm not saying she should have had some kind of tragic or complex backstory or anything like that. I just wish we saw a greater range of personality from her that didn't tie back to her being, well, scary. That's all. But I know she'll be a definite favorite within the fandom, so please don't take my critiques of her to heart. As for what role she may play in season 2, I honestly have no idea. With that said though, it is Lauren's time to go. And that was the episode. Quite a few things happened here. We got some defining character moments from Ripper, smart gameplay from MK, and the building blocks of a relationship from Bowie and Raj. How will everything unfold? You already know the drill. 4 episodes down, 9 more to go. Let's get into it. So, I usually skip Chris's recap at the beginning of each episode, but I kind of found it peculiar that Millie was there as well, asking Chris to theorize more quietly when it came to her supposed vote to eliminate Ripper last episode. While nothing is confirmed, it's looking more and more likely that Millie actually voted for Lauren instead of Ripper. But why? Does her fascination with him as a subject of research trump her friend Priya's absolute hatred for him? Curious to see where this will lead. But anyways, starting with the episode proper, we see Priya making good on her promise last episode by actually training Millie. And she does not hold back. She proceeds to fire a bunch of apples at Millie with the intention that Millie dodges them to improve her reflexes. And it appears she got hit by all of them. Tough break for Millie, really. But if she's to accumulate more research, she'll have to stay longer on the island, which means doing well in challenges and not getting eliminated. If she wants to do that, then going through Priya's training might improve her chances overall. After training finishes, with Millie on the floor, we see Damien enter the scene, complimenting Priya, who proceeds to blush as a result. Interesting. Could the future hold something more between these two? After flattering Priya, Damien offers her a badge of his face, with a no symbol over it. Millie puts up more of a fight, saying that superficial comments based on unrealistic standards created by media won't work on her, only for Damien to win her over by saying that she has the biggest brain on the island. Damien's biggest supporter, however, is Z, or should we say Button Man? Oh, and buttons and soda don't appear to mix well, as Z found out. So, what's with all these buttons? As you've probably already guessed, Damien is getting much more serious about wanting to leave the island, and is trying to get everyone's vote to do so. And honestly, this is kind of camp. But understandable. Again, Damien has never watched the show before and didn't know what he was signing up for, so I completely get it. And I'm also sure that he will be giving his friends a piece of his mind later for daring him to make that audition tape. While Priya did accept Damien's button, she's still not sure if voting him off is the right call. After all, Ripper's still in the game, and if there's anything Priya wants more, besides winning of course, it's for Ripper to go next. Before the conversation can go any further, however, we are interrupted by Z, drinking his soda. Okay, enough of that. Next scene follows Julia and the hockey bros at the main lodge, with Wayne giving her a compliment. Julia retorts that it's what's inside that counts, which appears to put Wayne in a panic, as he emptied everything that mattered over at the outhouse earlier today. Raj, however, consoles him by mentioning that it probably landed on all the stuff that made Raj matter, and the two proceed to laugh. Being a good person and wanting to get Julia on the same page as them, Wayne happily tells her that he and Raj were talking about their poop. Thank you for clarifying, Wayne. Julia, very much grossed out and over it, is done eating for the day and leaves the scene, which is all well and good for Wayne, as that means another helping of beans. And while he and Raj chow down, we get another announcement from Chris, stating that the campers should be down by the beach at the far side of the island in 10 minutes. Today's challenge is actually quite simple. It really just involves a race from this side of the island to the other side, with the winning team getting all their members on the dock. MK, of course, doesn't buy it, and wants to know the catch. But Chris seems cagey about revealing it, only saying that everyone should move through the island as silently as possible. And it begins. Priya farts, then MK, then Chase, then Bowie, Wayne and Raj, Emma. Okay, why did I write the script like this? I'm only making things worse by having to insert these images in later. Anyways, you get the point. Everyone is farting, which explains why today's breakfast was baked beans. A good day for Ripper, I guess, who goes on to flirt with Emma because of her farts. Emma, girl, run away. So, making it across the island silently will prove to be a difficult task, especially considering that Chris put raptors on the island. No, Raj, not those kind of raptors. While this news invites skepticism from the campers, they quickly come to terms that the prehistoric beasts are very much real, and that Chris is escaping for his own safety, with Chef desperately swimming behind him. How Chris was able to get a hold of raptors is beyond me, but I guess we have no choice but to go along with it, now do we? And so everyone runs for their lives, kickstarting the challenge. After their initial run, the first pair we focus on is Chase and Z, with Chase asking Z a, quote, hypothetical question, unquote, on how he got his ex-girlfriend back after cutting the brakes on her car. Which Z can't really answer as he's never been in a situation like that. A bit baffled, Chase would want to discuss this now of all times. Like, you are currently being hunted by raptors, sir. From there, Chase goes into a farting fit, but manages to successfully clench it in. They then see a cute little deer crawl out of a bush, only for said deer to subsequently be devoured by a raptor. Looks like Chase wasn't quick enough with clenching his bum. Better get a move on, boys. We're next shown a scene of Priya and Damien trying to hide, but keep making noises due to their farts. Millie, however, seems to have it all figured out by relaxing her body, which allows her to fart silently. Now, I actually thought this was a great idea, but apparently the silent but deadly trope applies here, with Millie's farts stinking way too much for anyone to handle. Ripper then comes in with a different solution, which involves using a pillow as a silencer for his farts. Oh, and the pillow's Millie's, by the way. Ripper apparently didn't want to use his own pillow because he didn't want pink eye. Millie girl, if you really did vote for Lauren last episode, then I hope you're still at peace with that decision. Priya, trying to be a good friend, demands that Ripper give Millie her pillow back. Ripper gives in, but that ends up being a terrible idea, as Ripper's humongous fart has now alerted the raptors to their location. And so, the run continues, with Millie asking Ripper to put the pillow back in his pants. Yeah, Priya, did you really think Millie would want that pillow back after all that? Just saying. Meanwhile, Wayne and Raj are strategizing about how to get through the island, and yeah, this time I can't follow it all. The hockey jargon has become far too advanced for me, and Julia too for that matter. But just like that, the Raptors have found him as well, and the hockey bros bolt out of there, with Julia hiding behind a rock. We then cut to Bowie and Emma on the run. They both agree that things will be fine if they stick together, only for Bowie to trip on a rock while Emma abandons him. I laughed way more at this than I should have, honestly. It was just so funny how quickly everything happened. Very golden scene, if I do say so myself. Following that, we return to Chase and Z, both still clenching their butts. Unfortunately for Chase though, he's sensing a big one coming, and it may not be enough for just his hands to keep in. And so Z, after much hesitation, agrees to put his own hands on Chase's butt. Yeah, this episode has been a lot so far. Oh, but it gets better. Z starts complimenting how hard Chase's butt is, a testament to all the extreme mountain biking Chase does. A strangely sincere conversation between these two, only for it to be interrupted by the raptor behind them. Again, the two run for their lives. Like Bowie earlier, Z also trips on a rock and proceeds to get his prosthetic stuck between the rocks. Chase actually does start to head back, only to abandon Z after seeing how close the raptor is. While I can't really fault Chase for wanting to get away, Z did hold his butt shut earlier, so yeah, not cool, man. Z decides to improvise and detaches the prosthetic, then using both hands to tug at it. Just as the raptor finally reaches him, Z is finally able to free it and shoves the leg inside the raptor's mouth, holding it in place. Claiming that the raptor can keep it and that he has another one packed, Z hops away. We then turn it back to the hockey bros, with Raj saying that he thought of something. Wayne replies by letting Raj know that he could tell him anything, such as thoughts about his feelings or who he is, without judgment. And in the confessional, Wayne thinks that Raj is about to come out to him. Okay, putting aside the fact that this probably isn't the best time right now, Wayne, you better support your best friend. This is genuinely so wholesome and pure. Again, showing my bias for these two, but they are making it so difficult for me to not love them. Like, come on, cut me a break here. Absolutely precious. It ends up being a false alarm though, as Raj really was just asking if Wayne had any hockey tape. Which Wayne does actually. 5 rolls in fact. Raj then tapes between a tree and a stump, with Wayne alerting a raptor their way. And just like that, the raptor trips onto tape. Another display of genius from these two, but it doesn't stop there. No, they realize that the mud scum underneath the raptor appears slippery, which prompts the idea of skating through it instead of running, increasing their speed. They really just keep on winning, don't they? We then cut to Emma hiding in a bush, the same bush Bowie is in actually. Apparently, Emma thought Bowie was behind her and that she lost him. Anyways, the two hug it out, and I also actually found this to be really wholesome. Bowie and Emma's dynamic together has been a joy to watch so far. You can really tell that they care about each other. Their embrace, however, doesn't last as Emma farts and alerts the nearby raptor, causing them once again to get a move on. While Bowie and Emma are running, Wayne and Raj are skating and use a special turbo boost to get them to the finish line, being the first ones to reach the dock. Once again, well done. Since everyone split up, we haven't really seen MK. Until now. And of course, she's again at the confessional. After recording confessionals for a few days now, she spills her findings. MK now knows about Millie's research paper, as well as the fact that Millie did indeed lie to Priya about who she voted for her last elimination. MK also knows that Julia's whole positive yoga, sunshine, rainbow personality is nothing more than a lie. Her true character is apparently much harsher, calling everyone butt knuckle to win alone. Once again, MK is absolutely serving here. She has the potential to really shake the game up with this new information, be it through blackmailing or pitting campers against each other. We'll just have to wait and see how she goes about this. Heading back to the finish line, we see Emma make it, followed by Chase being the first for his team. Chase here appears very distraught and guilty at leaving Z behind, which on the one hand is kind of sweet, until we hear him say, "I've never put anyone in danger like that before." Cut to Emma's reaction and confessional. Z does arrive though, and Chase is quick to embrace him, apologizing profusely in the process. Emma very much wants Z to let Chase have it. But knowing Z, he readily forgives Chase, once again pissing Emma off. We then cut back to Damien, Priya, Millie, and Ripper, all running to the main lodge for cover. From there, we see Damien hatch up an idea. By consuming the ajwain he found in the cabinet, the parts will stop and they can all silently get to the finish line. Ripper, however, has other plans. Feeling like this fart may very well be the one, he once again starts counting steamboats while the rest of his team suffocates in the background. And he does it! He ties the world record for longest fart, within his age category of course. Even Millie in the confessional seems impressed by this, something that she immediately questions afterwards. Of course, as if anyone's surprised, Ripper's 48-second long fart has consequences. Against Ripper and Millie's expectations, raptors do apparently have the dexterity to open doors, leaving everyone screaming. Someone who isn't screaming, however, is Julia, who we see in the next scene. Being the only one to not eat the beans this morning, Julia has saved herself from the constant curse of flatulence inflicted on everyone else. Of course, she just had to step on a twig and alert a raptor to her anyway, so there goes that advantage. Julia, having absolutely enough of this, proceeds to lay the verbal smackdown on this raptor, leaving no stone unturned. She goes after their breath, their teeth, their skin, their eye bags, their arms and toenails, everything. The raptor literally runs away in tears because of this, and honestly, slay. Slay! That was so iconic. It's funny cause I feel like I never really had much to say about Julia before, but now? Okay, Julia. She really took that first line of the new opening to heart and is here to slay. Julia wasn't alone though. Besides Bowie seeing everything and vowing to keep his mouth shut, MK also saw what went down and recorded it. And without any second thought, she proceeds to upload the clip to Julia's MySelfiegram account. Hashtag the real Julia indeed. MK is so messy, I can't. Circling back to those at the main lodge, it seems that all might be lost. Until Damien hatches another plan. By forcing the pot of beans inside the raptor, everyone gets the chance to escape while said raptor digests the beans, which causes them to fart behind a working stove and boom, the lodge is destroyed. Okay, I've raved about the Hockey Bros, I've raved about MK, I've raved about Bowie and Julia and Z, but can we also give Damien his flowers here? That was great. And it seems like Damien himself is recognizing that too. Maybe he's finally starting to ease into the game? Cut back to the docks, we get the arrival of Bowie, Julia, and MK, which means the Frogs of Death win their second challenge in a row. Nice job. Which also means a consecutive night at the elimination ceremony for the Ferocious Trout. Before that though, we get this really cute scene between Bowie and Raj. It's short, but seeing them bond more just melts my heart. That laugh from Raj, keep it together. Keep it together. Next scene has Julia find out about the uploaded clip from one of her phones, and it appears her followers are not happy, dropping down to only 3,000. Looks like the majority took the side of the raptor, leading Julia to be cancelled online. As detrimental as this may be for her image, I'm very excited to see how this will impact Julia in the game itself, now that her facade has been exposed. And so, we arrive at the elimination ceremony for the Ferocious Trout. Chef specifically spotlights Chase for abandoning Z, Millie for demanding Ripper's pillow back, which, by the way, we see Priya do, not Millie, but I guess she also could have done the same off screen. And Ripper for putting himself above the needs of the team by tying that world record. And so, after all is said and done, the one to be eliminated is Damien? Yeah, remember back to the beginning of the episode where Damien was running a campaign to get himself eliminated? Well, combined with saving everyone's lives in the challenge today, Priya felt like it was only the right thing to do and convinced everyone else to vote him off. Except Ripper apparently, since he was also shocked by this. Parting words for Damien. I'm honestly gutted. Damien was such a likable character and even grew to becoming one of my favorites. A scaredy cat at times, sure, but also really knowledgeable, using his science smarts to get his team through the challenge. And just when Damien finally became confident in the game, he gets sent home. I'm devastated. And also a bit mad that he didn't inform everyone beforehand that he didn't want to leave anymore, but fine, whatever. I definitely see Damien going very far next season. His newfound resolve will for sure make him a strong player, and I can't wait to see it. And who knows, maybe we might even get some more interactions between him and Priya. A potential romance? For now though, the drone takes away yet another camper. And that was the episode. Yeah, what an episode. Apparently I had a lot to talk about, cause this one had the longest script yet. Did not expect that to happen for the episode centered on, well, everyone farting. Speaking of that, from what I've seen online, people did not like this episode. And I think it's pretty clear why. I don't believe fart humor was ever especially popular with the total drama fandom, so to have an entire episode dedicated to it was bound to cause backlash. Now, I know this is gonna come across as me being an apologist for the show, but honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. Dare I say, I kind of laughed a lot this episode, especially watching it back. I just found it to be a really funny episode with a ridiculous premise and great plot developments. So yeah, I thought the episode was good actually. But maybe I'm just crazy. That's always a possibility. Anyway, 5 episodes down, 8 more to go. Let's get into it. We start this episode at the now damaged main lodge, with almost everyone present and munching on burritos. The blown up raptor of the prior episode is brought up, with Ripper saying that he doesn't know a better hero's exit than getting blown up by your own fart. Millie proceeds to shade Ripper, with Priya finding it very funny and complimenting her sick burn. A cute interaction between these two, honestly. What makes it kind of sad though was Millie's confessional, which heavily implies that Millie is bullied at school. So to see her make a genuine friend in Priya is really sweet. After Millie's confessional is Julia's, talking about how she lost 300,000 followers after that video was posted, which is very drastic. Julia, however, seems to be taking it well and is actually relieved, no longer forcing herself to pretend to like things like yoga and emojis. To see her embrace her true self instead of going down the influencer apology route makes me very excited to see what our new villain has in store. And speak of the devil, Julia arrives at the lodge with a nasty scowl on her face. Bowie throws shade at Julia only to be smacked by his own burrito, prompting gasps from the other campers. Ripper condemns the act only to be knocked over by the very same burrito. Julia has one question for everyone: who posted the video? Nobody says anything, but that's fine by Julia, saying that she'll find out on her own and leaves the scene. Goodness, what an entrance. Not much time passes though before we get another challenge announcement from Chris, stating that everyone should make their way to the field in 10 minutes. While making their way to the field, Emma wonders where the hockey bros are at. They then turn up immediately after, saying that they were looking for their lucky playoff beards for the challenge. And just a side note, they look so unserious with those beards on, but I can at least appreciate them being the same color as their hair. Wayne wonders if he might have ate them in his sleep and proceeds to try to cough it back up like a cat. I don't really know what to say here, so I'll just move on. We then see MK in the confessional, revealing that she was the one that stole Wayne and Raj's beards. Her plan is to auction them off on her new website called Things Total Drama Island Contestants Used to Own. Yeah, I don't think anyone is surprised MK would do this. Cutting back to Wayne, we see that he already coughed up a hockey glove, a puck, and a wallet, with the most recent addition being what looks like a car key. I think what makes the Hockey Bros so exciting to me is how we learn something new about them every episode. Certainly never a dull moment with them. That aside, looks like Wayne didn't devour them like he thought, prompting him to wonder where they went. MK, being sneaky, asks Julia if she had any ideas, insinuating that she took them. Julia pushes back on this, but MK suggests that this might be another lie from her. Julia again pushes back, saying that she's missing a necklace and a phone herself, which prompts Bowie to mention his missing lip balm and Emma to bring up her missing hairbrush. Looks like MK has certainly been getting around, but for her sake, I hope she's covering her tracks well. Now comes challenge time, with today's being called Stranger Flings. Each team will use a catapult with the goal of flinging one of their teammates to one of 3 point value targets. The further the target, the higher the point value, with the first target being worth 1,000 points, the second worth 2,000, and the third worth 3,000. There is, like always, a catch however. If you over or undershoot the target, the unlucky camper will instead land on what Chris calls surprise penalty pits, which one can only assume isn't a good time. If the camper does successfully land in a target zone, they can exit out through the side door and return to their team. Okay, dangerous challenge indeed, but nothing out of the ordinary for total drama. Chase, however, seems uncharacteristically nervous, with him being presented in a fetal position. Emma appears to know what's up, explaining in the confessional that Chase has done it all, except for the slingshot ride at 8 Pennant Theme Park. It appears that our resident stuntman has a fear of slingshots, with him attempting to get out of this by just working the catapult. Chris, however, rejects this, saying that every team member must take a turn on the catapult before someone goes twice. The first team to reach 10,000 points wins the challenge. Priya, per usual, appears prepared for this challenge, with her knowing all about torque, tension, and angles due to her parents sending her to catapult camp. Very strange, and Priya seems to think so too, so she asks Millie that she doesn't tell anyone the story. Millie promises, but is putting it in her paper anyways, so yeah, something tells me that this might catch up to Millie later, especially if MK already knows her secret. With that said, the challenge begins. Ripper wants to go first and Priya offers her expertise, but Z accidentally flings Ripper anyway, causing him to fall into a penalty zone filled with crabs. Ouch. Priya, not wanting to be sidelined again, tells Millie to get in the catapult, with the goal of flinging her to the third target. Millie is very hesitant about this, but understands that sometimes she needs to put herself at risk if it means continuing her research. Cut to the frogs, we see Julia assume a domineering role, and the reasoning behind that is quite sound. Her teammates can't vote her off if they keep winning challenges. Emma offers to go first and she's flung into the sky. Luckily for her, she lands in the second target zone, scoring the team 2,000 points. Said luck, however, doesn't last long as Emma's dizziness causes her to trip into the penalty zone, with a rodeo bull inside ramming into the barrel Emma's in. Oof, sucks for Emma. We return back to Priya, assuring Millie that she's got this. From there, Millie is flung and she's laughing? In a twist of fate, Millie's actually enjoying herself and manages to enter the third target zone, scoring the team 3,000 points. Talking about how this was the most fun she's ever had, I have to wonder, are we getting the beginnings of a new storyline with Millie? One where she's breaking out of her shell and learning to embrace the wilder side of life? Or is this just some one-off thing? Wayne and Raj plan to go together next, but Chef prevents it due to a safety concern. As if the rest of the challenge was any safer, but sure, I guess. And so Wayne gets flung next and does a goofy little imitation of him reversing a car when he gets hit by an eagle, causing him to land in the same penalty pit as Emma, this time on top of the bull. Raj, worried about his best friend, asks Julia to aim for the same penalty pit, but Julia retorts that they need points and flings Raj in the sky. Unfortunately, Julia overshot, causing Raj to land in the penalty pit behind the third target. And this pit in particular is filled with tapioca pudding, or, as Bowie puts it, the evilest pudding of all. Raj remarks that he's getting a cramp, and Wayne desperately is asking for someone to help his buddy, so Bowie takes the initiative and gets in the catapult. Meanwhile, after the bull is finished messing with Wayne, he launches him upwards and lands inside the second target zone, scoring the team another 2,000 points. Priya protests that this isn't fair, but Chef remarks that Wayne landed on the bull and never touched the ground, so technically it still counts. Priya, now annoyed, demands that Chase gets in, with Z and Ripper throwing him in the catapult. After being flung, Chase proceeds to scream and faint multiple times in quick succession, only to land in the penalty pit full of all those crabs. Chase isn't amused and kicks one of the crabs away, only to piss off a much larger mutant crab, which goes on to target him. We then cut back to Bowie being graceful in the air before successfully landing in the third target zone, scoring the team 3,000 points. He then jumps out of the target zone and into the penalty pit behind it, determined to save Raj. Oh, and Chris just so happens to forget again that sharks are in the tapioca pit. You know, just Chris things. Before we see what happens there, Priya is launched next and lands in the third target, scoring her team 3,000 points. The tally now is 7,000 for the frogs and 6,000 for the trout. It's getting close. Now circling back, we see Bowie greet Raj, with Raj wondering why he's here. Bowie says that he's here to save Raj, and Raj responds by, "Oh my gosh, there it is! There it is!" Raj kisses Bowie, with Wayne witnessing it from above. It has happened, everyone. Rajbo is canon. It is now canon, and honestly, such an adorable scene. We've been building up to this in the past few episodes, and it feels so good to see it manifest like this. For confessional reactions, we see Bowie remark with interest, Raj say that it felt right to kiss Bowie, and Wayne, essentially being a golden retriever, being so excited to see Raj kiss Bowie and waiting to celebrate once Raj tells him. Once again, Wayne is being the supportive king we all truly deserve. Back to the tapioca pit, Raj apologizes for abruptly kissing Bowie like that, but Bowie assures him that they can talk about it later after leaving the pit with sharks, which prompts Raj to think that he's talking about the San Jose team instead of actual sharks. Classic. To spice things up, Chris decides to institute a lightning round. There is one more target zone worth 10,000 points, but it's 10,000 feet away and you have to go through a lightning storm to get there. As risky as it may be, the ferocious trout decide that it's their only chance to win, with Z being the only one to have not gone yet. Z is all for it, only to ask what game this is. Yeah, it seems like Z has been zoned out this entire time, which wouldn't surprise me. But hey, he still goes for it and even lies to Ripper by saying that this was how he lost his leg. Brain game indeed, Z. The Frogs of Death, however, don't really see the point in the furthest target zone, as they only need 3,000 points to win the game. Julia, however, appears to have caught none of that, and proceeds to launch herself after gloating about how they can't vote her off if they win the challenge. Confident, are we? And so, Z and Julia are off. Z remarks that he's never been this high before, which may or may not have a double meaning, while Julia tells him to stuff it, as she's trying to focus. As Priya points out, however, Z and Julia are dropping too early, meaning that they won't be able to reach the target. After the two notice this for themselves, they decide to dump some weight to remedy the issue. Z dumps his soda and Julia dumps her phones. Z ends up winning out, however, by dumping his prosthetic, keeping him in the air longer while Julia continues dropping, falling into the trees below. With Julia out of the running, it's just Z entering the storm cloud, and upon being electrocuted, Z enters what I can only describe as a psychedelic state. he hallucinates having 4 fingers, riding on a dolphin across a very pretty and sparkly sky, and ends with him falling inside a large soda can and submerging himself within its contents. I said that this could be a psychedelic state before, but now I'm wondering if this was actually a near-death experience for Z instead, with him briefly entering his idea of heaven. Either way, Z awakes from it, finding himself inside a 10,000 point goal, which means the ferocious trout wins. Which unfortunately means that the Frogs of Death now have to eliminate someone tonight. And it's not really hard to figure out who. Due to Julia's recklessness costing the Frogs the challenge win, she now has an even bigger target behind her back than before, with MK leading the charge against her. After taunting Julia by calling her Mulo, which is a word MK made up just to mess with her, Raj goes on to say something, but is interrupted by Wayne, shushing everyone and stating that Raj has something to say. Wayne, again, misreads the situation and thinks Raj is about to come out, when in reality, he was just going to say that everyone should head to the campfire. And Wayne just looks so devastated. Wayne, don't worry, just be patient. Raj will tell you when he's ready. As everyone is leaving, MK gloats to Julia about her being the next to go, calling her a butt knuckle. And that would prove to be a huge mistake, as Julia figures out that only she ever used that specific word in the confessionals. Which means that MK must have been watching everyone's confessionals. With a newfound resolve to expose MK and survive this elimination, Julia heads back to the cabin to look for evidence. Something she soon finds underneath MK's bed. At the elimination ceremony, Julia reappears, accusing MK of listening to everyone's confessionals, uploading the video of Julia dragging that raptor, and of overhearing Julia call everyone butt knuckles. This doesn't really appear convincing at first, but then Julia empties the bag with her, exposing all the items MK has previously stolen, including the phone with the confessionals. And as Julia plays one of the confessionals, Bowie actually snags it from her and chucks it into the sea. As surprised as I was by this move initially, it does make sense that Bowie would want to protect his confessional secrets, even if it comes at the expense at hearing everyone else's. That, and as Bowie would later point out, nobody having it is better than Julia having it. MK, however, plays it cool and claims that she's never seen any of this before, saying that Julia was the one that showed up with it. Also, as MK points out, the confessionals are on Julia's phone. Seeing that everyone else is turning on Julia, she panics and, in a last-ditch effort, claims that MK has been watching everyone poop, horrifying everyone. And well, apparently that was enough for MK to be eliminated. Even though just earlier everyone seemed convinced that Julia was lying since the recordings were on her phone, but yeah, I don't know, this elimination kind of doesn't make sense. Again, it's MK's word against Julia's, and while MK hasn't always been a team player, Julia started her villain arc this episode and costed everyone the challenge win, so yeah, I don't agree with this elimination actually. Julia's iconic but also untrustworthy. Even though MK did all those things, besides watch everyone poop, why would everyone suddenly believe Julia? Parting words for MK. I'm so sad. There was so much potential with her knowing everyone's confessionals. She could have done some blackmailing, turned campers against one another. She could have influenced the game in so many ways. But before any of that could happen, she got eliminated. I want to say it felt like wasted potential on MK's character, but really I don't think that's accurate, as we still got a good amount from her, ranging from her scheming to her sarcastic disposition. I enjoyed her a lot this season. And To be fair, she was reckless by mentioning the word butt knuckles to Julia, and probably should have covered her tracks better with all those stolen items, so it's not like she played the game perfectly either. Like with Damien, I do expect MK to make it much further next season. There's still so much you can do with this character, and I'm very excited to see what's in store for her. For now though, MK is taken off the island. And that was the episode. Besides my qualms with how the campfire ceremony went, I loved this episode. The challenge was really engaging and interesting, and we got a kiss between Bowie and Raj. So good. With that said though, I think we can move on. 6 episodes down, 7 more to go. Let's get into it. Episode 7 begins with another training sequence between Priya and Millie in the early morning. This time, it's a test of balance while dodging Priya's staff. And I gotta say, from the little we saw, this was pretty impressive stuff from Millie. Not many people can evade attacks like that while just balancing on one leg. Priya definitely took this training seriously, and it shows. Of course, it had to be cut short through Chris's challenge announcement, distracting her in time to be hit by the staff. Millie, if it's any consolation, Julia and Z were also caught off guard by that air horn, so you're not the only one. While the campers head to the next challenge, we get Wayne reminding Raj about yesterday's challenge, asking him what's the craziest thing that happened. While Raj tells Wayne that it was the pudding shark, his confessional reveals that it was actually the kiss. And Wayne sees through this in his confessional, even jumping to the possible conclusion that Raj doesn't think Wayne will be supportive, which terrifies him. And because of that, Wayne vows to find a way to show Raj that he's with him 120%. A percentage that Wayne has never given before. Again, what can I say that hasn't already been said before? We stan a supportive king. Once all the campers reach Chris and Chef, we get a very interesting scene. The flags that Priya and Emma have been carrying for their respective teams are brought to Chef, who then proceeds to throw them into the fire. That's right, the ferocious trout and the frogs of death are no more. We have reached the merge. And from here on out, only one team can claim immunity per challenge. Now, this is surprising. When first watching this, I did not expect the merge to happen so soon. And neither did Priya for that matter. With 10 players still in the game, earning immunity will be very difficult. Chase very much sees the merge as a good thing, however, as that means that he and Emma are technically on the same team. Much to Emma's disgust. Julia also feels good about the merge, as this puts less of a target on her back since more people are eligible to be eliminated. Curious to see what her plan will be this time around. So, what's today's challenge? To answer, the campers are each tasked with retrieving a cassowary egg. You're not alone, Z. I didn't know what that was either at first. As Emma and Chef points out though, it's a fairly large bird. This prompts Ripper to be reminded of a certain kids show with a big bird in it, but he can't seem to recall what the big bird's name was. And cut to Millie writing in her notebook. Looks like Sesame Street does in fact exist in the Total Drama universe. From there, Chef gives everyone the rundown on cassowaries. They can be over 6 feet tall, have long and strong legs, and are armed with claws that are apparently sharp enough to bisect a bear. Goodness. Suffice to say, targeting this deadly bird's eggs while alone may prove fatal, which is why Chris suggests that everyone goes in pairs. The first duo we see, unsurprisingly, is Priya and Millie. Millie admits to having a fear of birds, which concerns Priya. but ultimately believes that they can both get through this, as Millie has been getting better with her training. Our next duo, surprisingly, is Ripper and Z, with Ripper's justification being that the cassowary is more likely to go after Z and his constant hiccups than the quote silent guy unquote that is Ripper. Now, I said this way back in the first episode, but seeing Ripper and Z team up is exciting for me because, in my opinion, they have truly opposite personalities, which can make for some great comedy. Knowing Ripper though, I just hope Z gets out of this okay. Speaking of Ripper, we next see him stopped by Julia, who then levels with him by mentioning that they're both on the chopping block. But Julia has a solution. Vote for Chase. Ripper retorts by saying that it'll take more than 2 votes to eliminate Chase, but it looks like Julia isn't quite done scouting for her alliance yet. On the topic of Chase, we see him ask Emma to partner up, only to be immediately shut down by Emma, remarking that they'll never partner up in any capacity ever again. This, funnily enough, prompts Chase to wonder if he and Emma are actually over. Chase, sweetie, come on now, read the room. After Emma pushes Chase into a bush, she confirms her partnership with Bowie. After Chris sounds the alarm, the challenge begins and everyone leaves. Everyone except for Chase and Julia, who decide to partner up. Right now, we can't know for certain if Julia intended for this to happen, or if nobody else wanted them, but something tells me that 2 things can be true at once. Also, that Chase confessional kind of took me out. He's such a cornball. Oh, and Wayne and Raj are partners too. That goes without saying, honestly. Speaking of the hockey bros, we get Wayne asking Raj what he likes the most about their friendship. First, Raj guesses that they can have fun together all the time. Not it. Then Raj guesses that they can share jock straps since they're the same size and... also not it. At this point, Wayne tells him that it's how they're able to share big secrets with each other. Like that time Wayne vomited in the backseat of Raj's mom's car because he ate a burger he found in the trash. Yeah, not even gonna go there. Even though Wayne was scared to tell Raj that at the time, he did. So Wayne asks if Raj has anything to tell him, and Raj does in fact have something to say. Like Wayne, I was very excited for this moment. But of course, once more they pulled the rug from under us when Raj said that he found the eggs. All's well and good, at least for the challenge, until a cassowary shows up and the hockey bros run for their lives. While the hockey bros deal with that situation, we cut to Julia and Chase. And Julia has a bombshell for Chase. She's been looking for the perfect player to take to the final 2, and guess what? It's Chase. JK. This is just Julia scheming, but I must say, the look of sheer joy on Chase's face is oddly kind of heartwarming. I know we're not supposed to like Chase, and I'm not excusing his past actions, but look at him. He looks so happy. Aww. And to sweeten the deal, Julia claims that she'll help Chase get Emma back, which Chase readily agrees to. Oh, Chase, you goofy fool. Next scene presents Z and Ripper observing a sleeping cassowary. Well, was sleeping until Z awoke her with his hiccups. But, in a strange twist of fate, the cassowary seems to be responding to Z's hiccups, calling back to it as if understanding something. Ripper picks up on this and calls for a new plan. We're then taken to Emma complaining about Chase to Bowie, only for Raj to run into them. After noticing the gay energy between these two, Emma offers to give them a moment. Raj then goes on to apologize again for kissing Bowie out of nowhere, and that he should have asked beforehand, but Bowie stops him, stating that he liked kissing Raj. In the same breath, however, Bowie also mentions that this is a competition and that he may have to kick Raj in the face at some point to win the million. So, Bowie asks that he and Raj hit pause on whatever this is, and when the game is over, they can go on a date. And they kiss. Okay, wow. That was handled so well. Like, what a healthy way to go about this relationship. They clearly care about each other, but for the purpose of this competition, they're still technically rivals. And Bowie recognized that and let Raj know upfront that he's in it to win it. So, major props to Bowie for being super transparent about this and getting Raj on the same page. That was great. Their adorable moment together, however, was short-lived by Emma's desperate calls to move. Looks like a cassowary is hot on their trail. Bowie makes a run for it while Raj hides in a bush. Cut back to Julia and Chase. We see Julia continue to manipulate Chase, giving him frankly awful advice, which Chase readily accepts. Julia then gives him a chocolate bar to give to Emma. Chase, please use your brain, this is very sketchy. Returning back to Bowie and Emma, we see them catch their breath. Then we see Emma inquire about Bowie's little interaction with Raj earlier, something she adorably dances about. Again, their friendship in particular has been really cute, and it's nice to see Emma be really excited for Bowie. Following that, we get kind of a sad confession from Emma, saying that being in love feels great and that she misses it. She then proceeds to reminisce about her time with Chase, stating that her time with him wasn't always bad and that they actually had some great moments together. I do feel for Emma here. It seemed like she had a good relationship with Chase before the whole breaks incident, and now she'll have to find love somewhere else. But that's not going to stop Chase from still pursuing Emma, with Julia asking Bowie to speak in private so Chase and Emma are left alone together. Julia, meanwhile, tells Bowie that she saw an abandoned nest with 2 eggs in it, leading him to it only if he promises to vote for Chase. Bowie ends up agreeing. Cut to a confessional from Julia, we see her tally up her Chase votes. Herself, Ripper, Bowie, Emma, as she'll always want to vote for Chase, and potentially Priya, Millie, or Z, as Emma will get so annoyed by being with Chase that she'll probably convince one of them to vote him out. 5 votes in total. Also, Julia, did you ever have 4 fingers before? Might want to get that checked out. Circling back to Raj, we see him retrieve 2 eggs, one for himself and one for Wayne. Of course, this ends up alerting a cassowary, causing Raj to book it. Raj isn't the only one on the run, as we see Priya and Millie also being targeted. Millie thinks that they should give the eggs back, but Priya is not giving in and wants to win this challenge. Ultimately, they arrive at a dead end, but Priya suggests that they go in opposite directions to lose the bird. Priya effortlessly is able to get out of the way, but Millie still hasn't moved, about to face the wrath of the cassowary. Changing plans, Priya leverages her training once more to imitate a bird even angrier than the cassowary. And it actually works. The cassowary leaves them alone. I feel like I haven't been saying this enough, but great job, Priya. Truly a skilled competitor in the game. We then turn it back to Ripper and Z dressed in a poorly made bird costume. So basically the plan here is for Z to distract the cassowary while Ripper grabs the eggs. Okay. Ripper though isn't too confident in Z's dance skills and decides to give him pointers actually, demonstrating how he should move. I must say, this is certainly a new side to Ripper we're seeing. Never pegged him as a dancer of any kind. And so, Z alerts the cassowary and puts the moves on her and... oh my gosh, this is so goofy, I can't. So unserious. But it's working. Maybe a bit too well, actually. The cassowary is certainly taking what Z is giving. Of course, Ripper being Ripper, decides to betray Z by abandoning him after taking an egg just for himself, with Z scorning him while left with a now smitten cassowary. Man, is this the second time Z's been abandoned? Credit to Chase, at least he felt bad for leaving Z. Next scene shows Julia and Bowie with some eggs. Bowie suggests a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who gets immunity if they both arrive together, but Julia has other plans, pushing him on the ground and gaining a head start on her run back to Chris. Seems like neither of them will get it though, as Ripper has arrived back to Chris first with his egg. His win, however, doesn't last, as Ripper's touchdown of the egg caused it to break, revealing a cute baby cassowary. Since Chris wanted an egg instead of a baby, the win gets denied. I'm not sure how fair this rule is, but Ripper is kind of terrible, so I'm not especially mad that he didn't win this immunity. So, if not Ripper, then who? Well, Priya and Millie are the next to arrive, but Chris says that only one of them can receive immunity. Millie says that Priya should get it, as she found the eggs and saved her. Priya says that Millie should get it, because Millie is her best friend. And you know what? Millie accepts! To see Priya so shook by this was honestly really funny. On the one hand, I kind of feel for her because she did most of the work for this challenge, but on the other hand, she kind of played herself. Don't offer something if you truly don't believe in it, especially in this kind of game. Moving on, we return to Emma and Chase. Emma agitated that Bowie and Julia aren't back. Emma then tries to ditch Chase, but he offers a convincing enough argument that it's better to stick together if they have a shot at scoring the eggs. Emma begrudgingly agrees. We then cut to Raj, cornered by the cassowary. Raj decides to go on the defensive, but the cassowary quickly overwhelms Raj. Wayne, just arriving and seeing his buddy in distress, throws him at the cassowary in an attempt to save Raj. Unfortunately, however, the cassowary is too strong and just absolutely wrecks the hockey bros before throwing them off the cliff. I know this is par for the course in total drama, but seeing my babies get hurt like this is so painful. While falling and tumbling down the cliff, Raj finally does it. He comes out to Wayne, telling him that he kissed Bowie and that he's gay. And Wayne has the most supportive reaction, thanking Raj for telling him, while Raj replies that Wayne is his best friend. Now, I don't know if this will be the case when I record, but while typing this out, I got pretty teary-eyed. It's one thing to see them hurt, but to then see them share a moment like this together was just... it was emotional for me, I'm not gonna lie. And I know some people probably won't get why I like these two so much, and I completely understand. But to put it simply, they just make me happy. That's all. Okay, enough of that. Time to move on to the next scene, which is kind of an awkward one, not going to lie. Z, not ready to have a family, attempts to leave with the egg by suggesting that he's taking it out for a hike. But one of his hiccups was too much for the wooden beak, snapping and falling to the ground. Shocked and betrayed, the cassowary charges at a running Z. Truly a disastrous end for the short-lived romance. Back to Emma and Chase, we see Emma tell Chase to stay put and give a signal for any cassowary sightings while she enters the cave to look for eggs. and eggs she finds. But Chase is behind her, disregarding what Emma previously told him to do. A cassowary finds them, and off they go. What makes things even worse, though, is the fact that multiple cassowaries reside in this cave, all coming together to go after the pair. After losing the cassowaries by hiding in a nest, Emma wonders if, given the circumstances, this truly is it for them. Chase, not really understanding the severity of their predicament, casually offers Emma half the candy bar Julia gave him earlier. But Chase mistakenly drops Emma's half and gets some stuff on it. Chase apologizes, and Emma seems very touched by this actually. Thinking that the apology was meant for what Chase did to her breaks, Emma goes on to kiss him. Now Emma, even if Chase was actually apologizing for cutting your breaks, is that really enough of a justification to get back with him? You know, Chase, the guy you viscerally hated since the season started? I don't know, girl. I don't think you and Chase are healthy together. And I don't think Chase grew from this either to even warrant a possibility. I mean, look at his confessional. He seems even more excited to have a whole candy bar to himself, like... Anyways, let's just put a pin on this for now. Emma, seeing daylight through the opening up top, discovers a way out. Now, they didn't show Emma and Chase climbing out, but it looks like they had the athletic chops to pull it off and return back to Chris empty-handed. Julia, upon seeing Emma and Chase hold hands, is very shocked by this development, as she was very sure that Chase was going to make things worse for Emma. And honestly, so did I. Nonetheless, Julia takes this as a sign that she's done for this week. We also get a confessional from Bowie, comparing Emma's return to Chase to stepping in poop again in the same place after just scraping it off your shoe. Same, Bowie. Same. Wayne and Raj are the last to arrive, heavily battered, but at least alive. And with that, the challenge concludes, with Millie again winning immunity while everyone else is up for elimination. This time, Chef's targets are Julia for pushing Bowie over, Ripper for abandoning Z after getting him to dress like a bird, as well as spiking a baby into the ground, Chase and Emma for being happy with each other, which kind of took me out, and Wayne and Raj for, are they okay? Okay, Raj is coughing up feathers and Wayne dropped to the floor. They are not okay. Which prompts Chris and Chef to decide to get the Hockey Bros to a hospital, while everyone else can claim a marshmallow. While technically not an elimination, Wayne and Raj are out of the game. I know there's other confessional reactions and all, but one, I'm heartbroken, and two, this episode script is already too long, so I'm just going to skip over those and take the time to talk about Wayne and Raj. In case it wasn't already clear from the beginning, these two were my favorite characters, all the way back when promos were first released and we knew literally nothing about them. I just saw their designs and was like, yep, they're the ones. And make no mistake, I'm well aware of how strange it is to fixate so much on these two, or well, any character really, especially when all we had to go by back then was just their appearance and their name. But that's exactly what happened to me. I saw them and my mind went wild, speculating on their personalities, how they'd interact with each other, headcanon after headcanon. You begin to create a world for these characters despite not even watching the season yet. So, when the season finally did air, some of my headcanons and predictions ended up being wrong. And that's par for the course, really. This will happen in any kind of fandom, especially if there's a long wait between character announcements and the actual release. The longer the wait, the more time us fans get to fill in the blanks for ourselves. So, where am I going with this? Essentially, I had a very specific idea about Wayne and Raj before the season aired. More so than any other character. I envisioned Wayne as shy and insecure, while Raj was more headstrong and protective. I also saw these two as the gay couple of the season and thought that they absolutely were meant for each other. Now that the season has finally released, I now know that, in canon, Wayne and Raj are both kind-hearted himbos, with Raj discovering his queerness through Bowie, while Wayne became the biggest supporter of Raj's coming out story. Rajbo became canon and Wayne did not. And you know what? While my initial hopes and headcanons didn't all manifest, it still doesn't change the fact that these two were an absolute joy and delight to watch. They made me so happy each time they were on screen, and I'm just so grateful for how the writers handled these characters. So yeah, I'm going to miss them, but very happy for what we got. Right quick, let me talk about Season 2 predictions. Both Wayne and Raj excelled in many challenges this season, and I have no doubt that they'll do the same next season. But I do believe that there will be some changes. I think Wayne and Raj will be on opposing teams, forcing them to compete against one another. This could potentially add tension to the pair, while also allowing them to interact more with other campers and develop bonds with them. Wayne and Damien, for example, never really interacted this season, but I'd love for them to become friends next season. Don't really know why, but I just think they'd be cute together. Also, I believe that it won't be a double elimination next time. Wayne or Raj will be eliminated, leaving the other one alone. This will for sure be a dramatic moment, but also will allow for more character development from the remaining hockey player as well. For now though, we see Wayne and Raj depart via the drone, together, singing Canada's national anthem as they leave. And that was the episode. Great challenge, fun moments. Yeah, I got pretty carried away at the end with all my rambling about the Hockey Bros, so I do sincerely apologize for that. It was just very devastating seeing them leave, but I do think they left on a high note, for me and a lot of other people, really. If it's any consolation, there's no more Wayne and Raj onwards, so my blatant favoritism for them can finally be put to rest. I think I'm just gonna go straight to episode 8, if that's okay with everyone. I'm too emotionally drained to sound excited for the usual outro. But if you're still with me after all that though, thank you for sticking around. It means a lot. Episode 8 begins with Ripper and Z entering the main lodge, which, by the way, is now repaired from when we last saw it in episode 6. Inside, Chase is joyfully hollering, celebrating the fact that he and Emma are now back together. Z, once again out of the loop, is surprised to find that Chase and Emma used to date in the first place. Ripper questions Z on where he's been all this time, only for Z to answer him quite literally, giving a rundown on all the places Z has physically been. Z is just in his own little world, and frankly, more power to him. The next scene shows Julia's phone going off with so many notification sounds, clearly agitating Emma and Bowie, who are both trying to sleep. She couldn't have been bothered to silence her phone, which prompts a pillow to the face by Emma. Turns out, many people are appreciating this real, evil side of Julia, with the new followers she's gained surpassing all the older ones she lost. And you know what? I can appreciate this. We love a good villain, and in that regard, Julia is certainly getting her flowers online. After Bowie gets up, he finds a little surprise inside his shoes. a mouthguard, and an accompanying poem, both from Raj. And I just want to read the poem right quick because I think it's pure genius. Santa Claus lives in the north, which isn't the south. I want you to have this, it's been in my mouth. I mean, come on now. This is Pulitzer Prize-worthy stuff here. And even Bowie got into it, hyping himself up to win the million, only to accidentally put on the mouthguard, which he immediately spits out after realizing what he's just done. A cute confessional from Bowie overall. Back to the main lodge, we see Chris serve Millie some rainbow-covered slop. Priya asks why Chris is serving breakfast instead of Chef, with Chris responding that Chef is busy. Yeah, not a suspicious answer at all. Following that, we get a montage of Chef preparing, in typical fashion, fairly disgusting looking meals. And it looks like today's challenge will revolve around these meals. Yeah, something tells me that this won't be a fun one for our campers. Bowie and Emma are next to enter the lodge, Bowie chewing on a lot of gum to get rid of the taste of Raj's mouthguard. Emma meanwhile sees Chase and is immediately love-struck by him, prompting Bowie to snap her out of it and ask her what's going on between her and Chase. Before we get an answer, however, the diva herself appears, calling everyone butt knuckles. Bowie tries to put Julia in her place, only for her to knock him to the ground. Julia then smacks the tray Millie was carrying, getting rainbow slop all over the best friends, followed by pushing Emma into Chase's lap, followed by giving Z and Ripper wedgies. Now, this is kind of a risky game Julia's playing here. Sure, you can say you'll just keep winning immunity challenges so you'll never be eliminated, but in the event you don't win a challenge and someone else doesn't mess up severely, you will be sent home. So while we love the entertainment a villain brings, maybe from a strategic standpoint, it's not the greatest endgame plan. After Julia walks away, we get a blushing Emma and Chase being awkward with one another, with Emma moving away before Bowie interrupts them, asking again what's going on between these two. Emma points out that Bowie has some gum on his hair, which prompts him to scream. Cut back to the cabin, we get this pretty cute scene with Emma helping Bowie get the gum out of his hair. Then we see Bowie press the situation more, mentioning that one little apology shouldn't be enough for her to go back to that, quote, walking can of body spray, unquote. Emma responds by saying that she and Chase were good together before, and that brush with death last challenge has matured Chase into the guy Emma deserves. Yeah, Bowie's not buying it. And I can understand his frustration too. Putting the whole alliance thing aside, Bowie does care about Emma, so seeing her go back to that walking red flag that is Chase isn't exactly the new development you want to see from your friend. Before Bowie can respond, however, a challenge announcement from Chris is heard, telling all campers to head to the dining hall in 10 minutes. Side note, but it looks like I've been calling this place the main lodge instead of the dining hall this entire time. I mean, they're similar enough titles, all things considered, but going forward I'll use the dining hall title instead. Okay, so what's today's challenge? Well, Chris is introducing us to the Wheel of Vomit, so that's already a good start, I guess. As if it wasn't already obvious, the challenge involves the campers eating whatever culinary specialties is randomly chosen by the wheel. If a camper refuses to eat, cannot finish their meal, or vomits, then they are out of the game, with the last camper standing winning. Chris, at the very least, was kind enough to provide everyone goggles for the impending vomit. A confessional from Ripper shows him wanting immunity, as he feels like Priya will get him voted out if he doesn't win. And I think that's a fair assessment. Most would do the same if they too were used as a human shield. We then see Millie show concern on this challenge, only for Priya to downplay things and mention her training again, with her parents at one point making her eat liver and ice cream. Oof. I know this is all in the name of training her to win this show, but once again, not a good look for her parents. Chris then goes on to hype up the man of the hour and preparer of everyone's meals, Chef, who looks nice in his culinary attire, by the way. And so, the challenge begins, with Chris spinning the wheel, which lands on the color red. This means that the campers will first have to eat old, sweaty boot beef. And Millie is immediately out, much to a concerned Priya. Millie replies that she's flying under the radar and will probably be safe, but Priya isn't too pleased with this, mentioning in the confessional that, in addition to Millie, it also affects their alliance. Now, don't get me wrong, I 100% get where Priya is coming from here, but if you were to tell me that I had to eat old sweaty boot beef as my first course in this nausea-inducing challenge, I would probably walk too. So I can respect Millie's choice here. Bowie comments on Millie opting out, considering her to not be a real threat, and that you have to be mentally tough enough to both survive and thrive in challenges. Then we see Bowie take his first bite and, well, yeah, Bowie vomits. At the very least, the vomit this time around has these pretty vibrant colors associated with it, so credit to Chris for thinking ahead with the rainbow slop he served earlier this morning. While we did see a will she won't she moment from Emma, she and everyone else successfully completes the first meal. Z in particular, even enjoying it. After spinning the wheel again, it lands on the color orange, which means our next meal is pork snout, specifically the kind that had severe head colds. And Z is just gulping that stuff right down without any issues, even asking for seconds. Now, I don't know if his taste buds have been permanently altered from all the soda he drinks, but so far he seems to pose a significant threat to everyone else in this challenge. And Julia picks up on this, trying to gross Z out by mentioning the new movie Invasion of the Sinus Blasters, and that one scene where the truckers had tentacle monsters blast out through their noses after consuming soup with alien eggs in them. Z, however, is unbothered and continues, slurping his pork snot. Surprisingly, everyone makes it through the meal, which prompts Chris to once again spin the wheel. This time, the color is yellow, which means the meal is hairy, lice-infested croissants. Z, showing off, gulps it all down in one bite, but Julia blows pepper his way to get him to sneeze it out. Z does, but in an impressive feat, manages to leap specifically to where the croissant lands, gulping it down again. Once again, Julia's schemes have been thwarted. While we see everyone else struggle to eat the croissants, Chase and Emma appear to romantically finish their meals, with Emma embracing Chase afterwards. Emma brings up being happy that Chase finally apologized for cutting her brakes, only for Chase to deny that ever happening. Uh-oh, here we go. Chase still stands by his quote awesome unquote prank, and instead clarifies that the apology was for dropping Emma's half of the candy bar in the bird's nest. Chase, still refusing to give Emma a simple apology for cutting her brakes like the idiot he is, causes Emma once more to lash out at him, claiming him to be the worst person she's ever known. And we are once again back to square one. To be fair, I only see this as an improvement, as Emma deserves much better than that narcissist. Their argument ends up escalating, however, with Chase and Emma mentioning things that grosses the other one out in an effort to get them to vomit. Eventually though, Chase asks if they're about to make out again, which grosses Emma out enough to vomit on him. Chase, now covered in vomit, does the same to Emma. And just like that, Chase and Emma are both out of the challenge. Side note, but I once again felt bad for Emma here after running out of the dining hall crying. I just hope she's finally actually through with Chase. Proceeding to the next round, the wheel lands on green, which means the meal this time around is wiggle fries, which is basically fries covered with maggots. Z, to nobody's shock, is enjoying the meal. Chef, not seeing maggots on Priya's meal, so kindly sprinkled some in for her. Priya takes a bite, but yeah, this is the one that does her in, vomiting while escaping the dining hall. With Priya out, 3 remain. The next color we get is cyan, which means our next meal is toe jam cookies. Ew. Well, not to Z, he seems to enjoy it. Interestingly enough, however, is the side of milk this meal comes with, which, by the way, is just regular milk. Z, never having milk before, wonders where it comes from. Julia answers that it comes from cows, which seems to weird Z out actually. Julia, seeing an opportunity, milks it for all it's worth, going into detail on the process of how milk is extracted from a cow. And you know what? That does the trick. Z vomits and runs straight through the wall, leaving only Julia and Ripper left. With both determined to win this challenge, we then cut to a montage of them going through the rounds. Moose jelly, seafood milkshake, roasted platypus tail, raccoon tartare, caterpillar souffle. Nothing seems to be stopping these two from winning immunity. Honestly, have to say, extremely impressed with these two and the endurance they both have to last this long. But it's now nighttime and Chris is getting tired, so he has invited everyone back to witness a tiebreaker round. The round in question, consuming a 50-foot tapeworm. Well, not necessarily all of it, just enough to pass the red mark in the middle of it first. A race to the finish line, if you will. And so it begins, the two chewing away at the tapeworm while we get some disgusted reactions from the other campers. It ends up being a pretty close one. And it looks like Ripper might actually get his first kiss in the process too. But Julia quickly dashes that dream, taking a big enough bite to go over the red line, consuming it and winning the challenge. She talked a big game earlier, but for now she has certainly delivered. Oh, and Chef vomits at the sight of Ripper's dangling tapeworm in his mouth, which causes everyone else to vomit too. Even the production crew at that. At the campfire ceremony, we get Chef spotlighting Emma and Chase for their relationship, well, past relationship, and Z for being a show-off in the challenge. A confessional from Priya also signals her frustration toward Millie immediately bailing out, which doesn't bode well for her as well. After being narrowed down to just Ripper and Millie, we get another confessional from Priya, admitting to actually voting for Millie just to scare her a bit, but immediately regretting it as she might be going home now. Ooh, now this is interesting. We got a little bit of this last episode, but it looks like not all is well with the BFFs. Again, these two have differing priorities at the end of the day, so conflict was bound to happen at some point. The BFFs, however, can breathe a sigh of relief, as Ripper's the one going home tonight. Parting words for Ripper. Oh goodness, there's a lot to unpack with this one. Let's get the obvious out of the way. Ripper generally is pretty repulsive and had some downright awful, morally bankrupt moments on the show. I don't think we need to bring up the human shield incident again. So let me be clear when I say that I understand all that. With that said, however, I really enjoyed Ripper this season. Look, he had some really funny moments, okay? And he wasn't just one big fart joke. There was a lot more to his character. He was generally abrasive and crass, but we did get a few rare moments of insecurity behind all that bravado. Case in point, his need to elaborate that he kissed girls before, even though he most likely hasn't. And I feel like when comparing him to someone like Lauren, Ripper had enough to him to feel more like a complete character, whereas Lauren was just kind of one note. And I know me saying Ripper was a better character than Lauren sounds blasphemous, but in my opinion, it's true. I don't know what else to tell you. Overall, I've grown to like Ripper, and I'm interested in seeing how he fares in Season 2. Something tells me he'll probably be an early out, but you can never know for sure. For now though, Ripper gets his second wedgie of the day, this time from the drone taking him away. And that was the episode. Fairly gross episode, those meals were absolutely disgusting, but hey, an overall engaging one that continues to progress certain storylines as we start moving closer and closer to the end. 8 episodes down, 5 more to go. Let's get into it. A new day, a new training session with Priya and Millie. This time, with Millie being blindfolded while armed with a broom. Millie will have to rely on sound rather than sight if she wants to avoid Priya's attacks. Yeah, easier said than done. Millie calls it quits, but Priya pushes back, saying that she can't just give up on training and challenges when she wants. Looks like Millie tapping out last challenge is still fresh on Priya's mind. We then see Julia interrupt the BFFs with a proposition: create a stronger alliance by teaming up. Okay, Julia, you're starting to turn things around in the strategy department, cause the initial "I'll just win immunity each time" argument last episode wasn't sound enough on its own, so I'm glad she's back to utilizing her social game like in episode 7. Millie is not buying it though, and wants nothing to do with Julia. But Priya readily accepts her. Millie pulls Priya aside, explaining that Julia can't be trusted. Priya counters that, however, by mentioning that if their alliance were to be targeted, Julia would be the obvious target. That and the fact that Julia is very determined in challenges, a kind of determination that Millie currently lacks. Millie is convinced, and Julia joins the alliance. But talks of expanding the alliance doesn't end there, as an alliance of 4 can now control who gets eliminated. Julia recommends that they recruit someone that can do as they say without being smart enough to realize they're being used, and pan out to Z. Julia calls out to him and eventually drags him behind the bush. Priya offers Z to join their secret alliance, and even has 46 reasons on why he should, but Z immediately accepts. Cut to the dining hall, we see Bowie notice Julia with Priya and Millie, coming to the conclusion that they have an alliance, and that they outnumber his alliance with Emma. As such, Bowie suggests that Emma flirt with Chase to get him into their alliance. Emma pushes back on this though, and would rather flirt with Z instead, but the thing is, Z, as we already established, sort of lives in his own world and is surprised at butterflies for not tasting like butter, so that might not work. Emma begrudgingly agrees to Bowie's plan, but makes it clear to Chase that this is purely for strategy purposes and not meant to be a reconciliation of any kind between these two. Chase, being Chase, once again misinterprets what Emma's saying, thinking that she can't survive without him. He has to be doing this on purpose at this point, right? And so Chase joins the alliance, but in order to have a majority, they need a 4th person. And that 4th person also happens to be Z. Z initially hesitates at the idea, but we then see him have an epiphany of some sort, leading him to excitedly accept their offer. While we don't know Z's full reasons yet for accepting both alliances, he has now found himself in a peculiar position. Not a bad one by any means, quite the contrary. For this round at least, Z pretty much has the ultimate power here. Everyone trusts him, and he can pick whatever side he likes at the end of the day. At the same time though, you never really know with Z, so I'm interested to see how he goes about this. And you know what? I actually didn't have to wait too long, because Z's next confessional reveals that he plans to merge the two alliances into, quote, one team of awesomeness, unquote. Yeah, this can only go well. Very in character for Z, so I'll give him credit for that. Another day, another punishment. Oh, I mean challenge. The campers are all together, with Bowie confidently remarking that Julia's in for a big surprise this elimination ceremony. Julia replies with a similar level of smugness, agreeing that a surprise is indeed in store. We then see Chris, who brings up the network's distaste of the cassowary and Wheel of Vomit challenges. As such, this next challenge is supposed to be less menacing, which clearly upsets him. The challenge in question? A canoe ride down a stream, a jaunt through a field, and a hike up through Honey Mountain, where the first camper that rings the Bell of Tranquility wins immunity. A nice, easy challenge, huh? Yeah, he's not even hiding it. Nonetheless, the challenge begins. While paddling, Millie remarks on how glad she is that today's an easy challenge. Priya, however, picked up on the warning sign surrounding Chris's body language earlier, leading her to conclude that this will probably be the worst one yet, as there's nothing Chris seems to enjoy more than getting the campers hurt. Okay, Priya, you better work with the body language analysis. I mean, it's not the biggest surprise in the world that Chris would do something like this, but still, great job on that deduction. And it doesn't take long for this nice, easy challenge to ramp up, with the stream getting faster as the campers move at a downward angle. Cue screams and a laughing Chris. We see Millie slam into a rock, Priya gets submerged, and Z launched straight into the air. At least, Z seemed to enjoy himself, even though his life flashed before his eyes. Julia feels triumphant at surviving the downward stream, but a fish to the face quickly dashes that feeling. Entering a stream full of jumping fish, Julia snaps and proceeds to use her paddle to smack all incoming fish away like an absolute queen. Her balance, though, is lost when Bowie knocks his canoe into hers, with Bowie clearly deriving enjoyment out of messing with her. Seems like we're building up to a rivalry between these two, which is very exciting. They're both clearly confident, capable, and sassy, so seeing these two butt heads will make for great entertainment. Emma, currently in the lead, is also going through it with the jumping fish, but Chase reaches her and offers an idea. By keeping both their canoes together, Chase can block one side and Emma can block the other. And I gotta give it to Chase, that's a good idea actually. Emma agrees as well, which adds to Chase's delusion in the confessional. Chase, imitating a baseball player and narrating his movements, successfully swings at a fish. The trajectory, however, couldn't have been more unfortunate, as it lands in Emma's canoe and makes a hole in it, causing it to sink while Emma's forced to enter Chase's canoe. And once again, Emma goes off on Chase and blames him for sinking her canoe, using the fish that smacked her just now to beat Chase with it, continuously. Goodness, these two need to be as far away from each other as possible. Cut back to Millie, we see her make a startling realization. Spawning salmon attracts bears. Julia, more annoyed than anything at the bear halting her progress, proceeds to get wrecked by another bear, jumping on her multiple times while Bowie winces in the distance. Ouch. Another bear rises from underneath Chase's canoe, chucking it and Chase and Emma by extension to the shore. 3 more bears surround them, with Emma unsure what to do next. Chase brings up the idea that they play dead, claiming that it worked on a nature show he watched. Or a cartoon, he doesn't know for sure. And so they play dead, Emma falling immediately while Chase gives the most theatrical performance before Emma threatens him to wrap it up. And you know what? It worked. Well, maybe too well actually. The bears are now digging graves for Chase and Emma while crying. Who knew Chase was such a great actor? Cutting back to Z, we see him chuck a fish over at the bears to distract them, which allows Chase and Emma to rise up from their graves. Good on Z for saving them, but this prompts Priya to wonder why he's helping them if he's in Priya's alliance. Millie suggests that Z might be keeping the alliance a secret so the others never see them coming, which prompts a confessional from Priya, declaring Z to be brilliant. And side note, but Priya's expression here kind of sends me. She just looks so unhinged here. Chase and Emma get back to the canoe and manage to barely keep their lead. From there, we see Emma being sincere with Chase, telling him that Bowie wanted her to flirt with Chase for the alliance, but didn't, as she didn't want to give him false hope. Emma goes on to say that they'll never be a couple again, but Chase isn't listening. Instead, Chase is focused on some kind of sound, which soon reveals itself to be a waterfall. And so they fall, along with basically everyone else. And just when you thought the challenge couldn't get any more dangerous, we introduce the crocodiles. Julia lodges her paddle inside one crocodile's mouth and then proceeds to insult it, only for the other crocodiles to mess with her, throwing Julia around by smacking her with their tails. Julia's certainly been going through it this episode, but at least the other campers have the distraction they need to get away. We then proceed to the next stage of the challenge, a jaunt through a field. This isn't just any regular field, however, as the campers find out while running through it that it's actually a field full of geysers, with Millie being the first victim. We then see Priya take a cautious approach, advising that they stick to dry ground and that if it feels wet beneath them, to move fast. Another lesson she picked up from an apparent week-long retreat in the wilderness. Z, however, decides to make a run for it, which prompts Julia to also run while Millie follows suit. Priya, concerned by this recklessness, calls after them. Chase, meanwhile, points out that Z appears to be helping the other alliance, but Emma sees it as Z pretending to help while giving them bad advice in the process. Cut to a confessional from Bowie calling Z a secret genius. And it's honestly so funny how Z just so happened to land himself in this arrangement without even meaning to. But I kind of love that for him. Back to the geyser field, we see Julia get shot up by a geyser multiple times, followed by Millie again. Unfortunately for Priya, she ends up being the cushion for both Julia and Millie's fallback. We then see Emma complimenting a confused Z on his supposed sneakiness before being shot up herself by a geyser. Bowie is the first to reach Honey Mountain, but Julia is hot on his trail. Z, using one of the geyser holes, launches himself to the base of the mountain, munching on some berries he found on a bush before beginning his ascent. Emma, while running with Priya and Millie, begins to feel vibrations and hear humming. We don't wait too long, however, before the startling reveal that this mountain is actually a beehive. Specifically, as Chris points out, North America's largest known open-air beehive, home to an estimated 8 billion angry bees. My goodness, 8 billion? Is it even possible to have that many bees in a single location like that? Quite a lot in my opinion. Cut back to Chase, we see him significantly behind as he's still running through the geysers. Like Z earlier, he ends up in a geyser hole and is launched a considerable distance. Chris wonders if Chase might very well bypass the climb by landing at the top of Honey Mountain, but alas, he instead lands directly through the mountain's opening and into the honey, where he is whisked away by the bees. These bees don't look like they mess around, emerging from the mountain to terrorize the other campers climbing it. Bowie dodges an incoming swarm, but Julia isn't so lucky. After insincerely wishing he could help, Bowie continues his ascent and makes it to the top. Bowie thinks he has this in the bag, but lo and behold, an angry Julia is behind him, saying that it's time for payback. Now, I'm not one to typically sympathize with Julia here, especially with her track record, but she has gone through a lot this episode, and Bowie has slighted her multiple times, so I can at least understand her bubbling resentment for him at this point. Julia lunges at Bowie, and the two duke it out in a brawl. Meanwhile, Emma appears to find an alternate path. Banking on the chance that it'll be a shortcut to the top, Emma ventures into the hive. Once again, these bees don't mess around, not being especially kind to those that intrude upon their mountain. One of their most recent victims being Chase, who begs Emma to help him out. Emma, however, has other plans, and aims to ring the bell first and win immunity before returning to help Chase. Okay, similar with Julia, I don't typically sympathize with Chase, but I did feel bad for him here. I'm not really one to take any sense of enjoyment out of seeing the campers get hurt or compromised like this, even if they tend to have less than stellar personalities. And Chase has been going through it this episode as well, quite frankly. So yeah, kind of feel bad. We then cut back to Bowie and Julia, still going at it. Bowie kicks Julia out of the way, but Julia throws a ball of honey his way, tripping him with it. Bowie then one-ups this by throwing that same honey Julia's way, but that doesn't stop Julia from lunging at him again, brawling it out once more before both falling into a pool of honey. Z is the next to reach the top, excited at the fact that he wins humidity. Well, immunity. And he has to ring the bell first. As Z ventures toward it, we get Bowie and Julia pleading with Z to help him out. Z, deciding on which one to help first, realizes that he has two hands and helps them both out, only for both of them to push him into the honey. Bowie and Julia then continue fighting again. Bowie appears to have gotten the upper hand though, defeating Julia. After vowing to send her home, Bowie goes for the jugular and claims that 95% of her social media followers are bots. Oh, the horror. The horror. Julia does not take kindly to this claim, with Bowie appearing to regret his choices in the confessional. And just like that, an enraged Julia lifts Bowie up and chucks him inside the mountain, landing in the honey while Julia rings the bell, winning immunity for the second time in a row. With all she went through this episode, it feels even more impressive, so hats off to Julia. Well done. Her celebration, however, as, quote, Queen of Honey Mountain, unquote, is short-lived when Julia trips on a rock and falls down the mountain, gets stung by bees, falls into a geyser and is shot straight into the air, falls back into the stream, and descends the waterfall again. Ouch. But hey, at least she won. At the elimination ceremony, Chef spotlights Chase for accidentally sinking Emma's canoe, and Bowie for crossing the line by mentioning that 95% of Julia's followers were bots. Julia, thinking of her alliance of four, is dead set on getting Bowie out, while Bowie, thinking of his alliance of four, decides to gun for Priya instead. But Z has a different plan entirely. Interrupting Chris, Z breaks into an inspiring speech about how tonight will be different, how he's had enough of his friends being pitted against each other by this competition. And so he reveals his plan, how he joined both secret alliances with the goal of combining them both into one big 7-person alliance with the express goal of voting Chris off of this island. You know something? I feel like we as a society may occasionally overuse words like iconic. Sometimes not everything is iconic, not everything slays, not everything is a serve. This, however, is not one of those cases. I don't care how stupid his plan was, Z absolutely slayed that. He stood up to Chris by using the power of friendship, and I'm just marveling at how much of a serve that was. I think I speak for literally everyone else when I say that Z is an icon, a legend, and most certainly the moment. His fellow campers, however, are not as impressed as I am, with Bowie suggesting a revote, which Chris agrees to cause he's Chris and can do whatever he wants. And at the end of the day, it's ultimately Z that gets voted off. Parting words for Z. You know, I feel like a lot of people underestimated him when we first saw the promos. I've seen quite a few speculate him to be an early out gimmick character, but lo and behold, we instead got one of the most enjoyable campers to watch this season, and certainly the funniest. While not the brightest, and certainly in his own world most of the time, Z has proved time and time again to have a heart of gold, seeing the good in his fellow campers, even when some of them probably don't deserve it. This chill, lovable, soda-drinking man with a prosthetic leg is one of the best surprises to come out of this season, and all the love he's getting online is absolutely well-deserved. He may not have won, but he's still a king in our eyes. Now, I can't really know for sure how things will shake out with him in Season 2, but I do hope he's able to go far, if only to just see more of this dude. For now though, the drone carries our man away. And that was the episode. Truly an eventful and harrowing one at that. Danger after danger with this challenge. What's in store for our remaining 6 campers? Let's find out. 9 episodes down, 4 more to go. Let's get into it. In what's basically tradition at this point, we start the episode off with another training sequence between Priya and Millie. This time, we get them hiking up the island's tallest mountain, with Priya determined while Millie is, well, she's hanging in there. Seeking refreshment, Millie drinks the remaining amount of water left, but we soon find out from Priya that she didn't pack any water of her own and was instead expecting to share with Millie. So, riddle me this, what did Priya pack into her backpack? Rocks. To make the hike as challenging as possible. Of course, Priya would do this. Fearing dehydration, Priya wants to return back to camp, but Millie's struggling to get up, her legs having completely given up on her. So, Millie asks Priya to carry her, and after some adorable pouting from Millie, does just that. As if it wasn't bad enough, Chef explicitly tells the campers that they can't eat or drink anything today, as Chris wants the campers starving for this upcoming challenge. Man, do I feel bad for Priya here. Already a rough start to the day. Sure, it was her idea to go on that hike, and sure, she should have at least brought 2 bottles of water, but still, make an exception for my girl and let her hydrate. Following this, we get another challenge announcement, asking that everyone head to the beach. There, we get what is apparently the hardest challenge yet. The campers will have to stand on a pole and last longer than everyone else, with the camper with the most endurance winning the challenge. At first glance, not really that insane of a challenge. I mean, we just got through episode 9. Not quite sure there's any challenge that could top that one in danger and difficulty. Though I will say that the campers being starved does give this challenge additional stakes on who can hold out the longest, so I'm interested to see how this will turn out. And so, the challenge begins. Millie is already having trouble balancing, but Priya helps her out by telling her to hold her hands out like a tightrope walker. And it works. Meanwhile, a confessional from Chase shows his annoyance at the challenge and the fact that his pole is the furthest away from Emma's. He'll need a pole closer to her if he's gonna have a chance to use his, quote, chase charm, unquote, to make Emma love him again. I mean, I don't need to bring up the delusion again, now do I? Also, I don't really think it works like that. Pretty sure if you leave your pole, you get eliminated. Nonetheless, we get Chase trying to convince Bowie to switch poles with him, but Bowie refuses. Same deal with Julia. Emma claims that she has nothing to talk to Chase about, but Chase goes for it anyways, asking Emma in his most charming voice if she wants to get back together with him. And cue Emma screaming in frustration. Side note, but I kind of find it funny that Chase is having this conversation with Emma in this challenge, all out in the open with 4 other campers between them. They probably all know their business by this point, but still. Cut to a confessional from Bowie remarking on how amazing it is for someone to be this confident, yet so pathetic. Once again, I agree with Bowie here. An hour has passed, and despite shots of discomfort from some campers, everyone is still in the running for immunity. Chris, feeling, quote, guilty, unquote, for canceling breakfast, decides to have Chef whip up some lumberjack breakfast. And my oh my, is that meal enticing. Chris offers the campers to have some, provided they leave their pole, of course. The smell alone entices Emma and Chase, while Bowie and Priya avoid the smell at all costs. No takers? In that case, Chef throws the meal into the sea, allowing the fish instead to munch on it. Everyone whines about it, but Emma's the most distraught about it, screaming as if she suffered her biggest betrayal yet. Yeah, a hungry Emma is a bad Emma indeed, and honestly, relatable. 2.5 hours in, and we still have everyone. Chris, however, points out that there's a heat advisory today, which is not good. Millie is thinking of bowing out since it's hard for her, but Priya is not having it, mentioning that this is a challenge and it's supposed to be hard. Cut to a confessional from Priya. We kind of see her go in on Millie actually, listing all the things she's done to upset her. Drank all the water from their hike, make Priya carry her down the mountain, took immunity despite Priya deserving it, and bowed out of the eating challenge before it even started. Yeah, cracks are continuing to form with the BFFs, so it's really a matter of how much longer they can hold up before things likely crash down. 4 hours in, and the campers are looking pretty rough, all sweaty from the blistering heat. Chris and Chef decide to taunt the campers some more by ordering burgers and fries. The distraught looks on everyone's faces. Aw. Once again though, nobody budges, which leads Chef to feed the fishies once more. Here we see Emma continue to lose her mind, cursing at the fish that ate all those burgers. I mean, again, I don't blame her. 6 hours in, and everyone's still here. Kind of impressive, actually. Don't think I'd be able to last that long. Well, I probably wouldn't last 10 minutes in real life, so let me not go there. Chase once again tries to talk to Emma about their relationship, but Emma once again doesn't want to hear it, accusing Chase of never doing a selfless act in his entire life. Chase responds by asking what selfless mean? And we get Julia answering that it's taking a picture you're not in, which took me out. That's comedy right there. Emma answers seriously, saying that it's putting someone's needs before your own. Chase, to nobody's surprise, wonders why anybody would do that. Classic. Priya, out of either genuine interest or a sense of deliriousness from the heat and dehydration, or both, decides that she wants to know her friend better and asks Millie what she does for fun. Millie answers with, quote, normal teen stuff, unquote, such as reading a lot of historical nonfiction and making her own graph paper. But Priya doesn't seem to buy it. All Priya seems to know about Millie is that she's funny and that she writes in her notebook a lot, which prompts an excited Priya to ask to read Millie's notebook. Uh-oh. The notebook comes back into the picture, everyone. Millie pushes back, saying that it's personal stuff, but that's exactly what Priya wants to find out about. And since everyone can hear everyone this challenge, we get the other campers agreeing that Priya should check it out. No big deal, right? Millie stalls for time by thinking about it, and we get a confessional from her, clearly torn. At some point, Millie will publish her work, which means it'll be out in the open for everyone, including Priya, to read it. Millie always knew this, but now she's genuinely worried about it. Ooh, is the power of genuine friendship giving Millie second thoughts at publishing her research? 7 hours in, and everyone's still here. Bowie, from the corner of his eye, however, spots something very interesting. The phone MK used to record everyone's confessionals. It's washed up on the shore. This could be game-changing information for Bowie, but he wonders if it's worth giving up immunity for it. After seeing how comfortable Julia is with her years of disingenuously doing yoga, however, Bowie decides to go for the phone, faking a fall and losing the challenge. But he got the phone in return, and with a scheming grin on his face, Bowie out here is gonna finish what MK started. We love to see it. Gosh, 8 hours in. I know they're tired. Priya, bless her heart, is really going through it at this point, appearing disoriented and slurring her words together. We do, however, get a moment of honesty from her, asking Millie why she's even here when she's got no strategy, didn't try for alliances, and put no effort into challenges. Ouch, she did not have to roast her like that. Chris, at Millie's suggestion to help Priya, decides to offer her $5,000 if she steps off the pole. Zoned out and fighting off the desire to sleep instead, Chris changes it to $10,000 and offers it to anyone that steps off. It's a very tempting offer indeed, but nobody goes for it, prompting Chef to throw it into the ocean, which leaves Chris absolutely shook. And you know what? Good. Sure, it's a waste of money, but seeing Chris like that is more than worth it in my opinion. In the confessional, we see Bowie successfully turn on the phone. The catch, however, is that it's only at 12%, which means that he'll have to work fast. 10 hours in. Golly, are their legs not hurting? Emma continues her downward spiral, determined to punch Chris in his sleep while Priya is very dehydrated and hallucinating a talking glass of ice-cold water. The poor girl is at her rope's end, talking to something that isn't there while everyone else is weirded out. Back to Bowie, we see him give MK kudos for sorting everyone's confessionals into individual folders. Then he shows us this adorable confession from Raj, with him saying that Bowie makes him feel like there's more to life than hockey. This is just too much. I can't. So sweet. Back to Priya, we finally see her succumb, stretching her hand too far at the imaginary glass of water and falling off the pole. And honestly, I'm pretty glad. She was clearly suffering up there, so I hope she rehydrates and gets some food. Meanwhile, we see a confessional from Julia, pleased with the fact that Bowie and Priya, the two strongest competitors left in the game, are out. If Julia does win immunity for the third time in a row, I'll be very impressed. 12 hours in and things have cooled off, which is good at least. Julia gets a mosquito bite, and Emma, in her boxing era now, will punch any that come near her in the face. Then we get Chase finally come up with an example of when he was selfless. Spoiler alert, he's wrong. On this and all the other following examples he poses. But I suppose to hammer in the point of how awful he is, I can do a quick recap. 1. Chase used his jacket so Emma could step over a puddle. In reality, the jacket was Emma's and Chase made the puddle by peeing himself because he had too much to drink at the movie theater. 2. Chase donated a kidney to Emma's uncle. In reality, it was a goat kidney he got from a butcher. 3. Chase painted Emma's room Tuscan sun yellow. In reality, he did it with a pressure washer without moving any of Emma's furniture while Emma was asleep in her bed. 4. Chase rescued Emma's cat from a tree. In reality, he cut down the tree which fell on Emma's mom and still has repercussions of the incident to this day. 5. Chase went to a star registry place to name a star after Emma. In reality, he named it Chase's girlfriend. And he also wants Emma to legally change her name to Chase's girlfriend. I am disgusted. But I'm also even more shocked at Emma for still being with him after all that time. Like, why? What do you see in him? Goodness. Anyways, 14 hours in, and Chris has one more trick up his sleeve. A pizza. The aroma has everyone craving it, but Chase the most it looks like. Emma's excited, as she thinks that this'll finally get Chase to leave his pole, and you know what? It does actually. By him jumping to Millie's pole and pushing her off, followed by Julia, despite her best efforts to evade him. And in quite possibly the most ridiculous scene yet, Chase leaps over Emma, screaming, "I love you," while leaping toward the pizza. All while Emma looks at him endearingly. Oh no. Since Chase took everyone else out with him for pizza, Emma wins immunity. Julia doesn't think it's fair that Chase did all this to be selfless to Emma. But frankly, Julia's wrong here because Chase didn't do this for Emma. He did it for the pizza. But Emma runs with it and thinks that he sacrificed himself so she could get immunity. And okay, look, I know this is a cartoon and that characters are bound to be exaggerated in some way, but Emma, girl, all that stuff you said about Chase earlier, all those things he did to you, you're just gonna overlook all that? I'm too stunned to speak. I don't know what to say. In a more light-hearted note, however, we see Priya giving Millie something to drink. Millie wants to come clean to Priya concerning her notebook, but before she can, Priya says how proud she was at Millie for lasting that long, and how she possibly could have won had Chase not knocked her over. She's proud of Millie for trying. And Millie coming full circle and realizing how much Priya means to her as her first genuine friend, makes the decision to cancel her book, dedicating one last entry to how awesome Priya is. I am so happy for Millie here. While more understated than her wackier fellow campers, her character arc this season has been so fascinating to watch, and seeing her grow from an isolated teen that views others as beneath her to someone that sees the value of meaningful connections and relationships is just so beautiful to see. Which makes the next confessional a real gut punch when Bowie discovers what Millie previously said about Priya and her parents, along with him finding her notebook underneath her pillow. Now, I can't blame Bowie for playing the game here. He's finishing what MK started after all. But gosh, I've grown so attached to Priya and Millie's friendship that I know it's gonna sting when she's ultimately exposed. For this elimination ceremony, I mean, I could go through Chef's reasonings, but I think we all know who's going home tonight. And luckily for Julia, it's not her. No, it's Chase. He pretty much costed Millie and Julia the immunity win, while Bowie has a new strategy and didn't vote for Julia this time. And since they probably have the alliance thing going, Priya also voted with Millie and Julia. So yeah, Chase is eliminated and ready to go. But Emma kisses him, referring to him as her boyfriend, and I'm just genuinely disappointed, but I've already talked about this before, so I'll just leave it at that. Parting words for Chase. You know, I wanted to give this character a chance. I really did. Because every character has their own flaws. A perfect character is a fairly boring and uneventful one. So, despite my prior harsh criticisms toward Chase, I held out hope that he would at least turn out to be somewhat different. I admittedly don't know what specifically, but something that wasn't what we got. And to be clear, Chase as a character within the story played his role just fine. He was meant to be insufferable and delusional. He was meant to be a source of conflict for Emma. I get it. Ripper is also similar in the sense that he was made to be repulsive and had little redeeming qualities too. But I think the difference here is that Ripper was generally a more enjoyable character to watch. And this is purely a subjective opinion of mine, but Ripper had enough to feel compelling, whereas Chase just didn't do it for me. Really, I wish his character had more beyond either pursuing Emma or showing how narcissistic he is. Now, this is me going off on memory, but we did get a different side of him in episode 6 and his fear of the catapult challenge, but it just wasn't enough. While he does have more character to him than Lauren, I feel like he might be my least favorite from the cast, which is a shame, but it is what it is. As for next season predictions, I see him as an early out, and will be pretty surprised if he makes it to the merge. With that said though, the drone carries Chase off the island. And that was the episode. Another tough challenge, not necessarily in danger, but in endurance. A good episode nonetheless for some character moments and interesting plot developments. So curious to see how this will all shake out for our top 5. 10 episodes down, 3 more to go. Let's get into it. Starting the episode off, we get this scene of Priya and Millie making each other friendship bracelets, which is really cute. They are so happy with each other, and I'm just happy too. Someone who isn't happy though is Julia, who is very annoyed by the BFFs. A confessional from Julia shows us that she's kind of a misanthrope. She has no friends, doesn't want any, and doesn't want to see others have them. She tries to drive a wedge between Priya and Millie by comparing the quality of bracelets, showing that the bracelet Millie made isn't up to par to what Priya made. Priya, however, isn't swayed by this and loves the bracelet, thanking Millie for making it. We then cut to Bowie and Emma, and things aren't as smooth sailing over there. On the topic of Chase, Bowie mentions that Emma ranting about him this entire time was a big waste of Bowie's time. Emma sheepishly responds that life is funny sometimes, but Bowie at this point has left, congratulating her on the way out. Oof, this is kind of sad. I mean, on the one hand, you typically want to be happy for your friends, but on the other hand, it's Chase we're talking about here, and he's very toxic. So Bowie watching Emma going back to him after all the terrible things he's done, yeah, I'm with Bowie here. I can understand why he'd be over it and disengage from Emma like that. Julia, however, sees a great opportunity here. Now that Emma's alone, she decides to talk to her. Emma immediately shuts her down, saying that Julia can't join their alliance. But Julia presses on and acts surprised that Emma and Bowie still have an alliance in the first place. She then mentions how Bowie voted Chase off at the last elimination ceremony. Emma doesn't believe this claim, but Julia asks her to think about it, and doubt starts forming within Emma. Emma then claims that Julia is just trying to destroy their alliance, but Julia retorts that she already has an alliance with Priya and Millie, so it doesn't really matter to her either way. Okay, Julia. That was some very clean manipulation right there. Really got Emma all conflicted. New day, new challenge, and this one in particular is called Injure Your Selfie. For this one, the campers are each given a phone and have to take selfies with animals in the shot, and nobody else can be in frame. Each animal is assigned a certain amount of points. The more dangerous the animal, the more points they're worth. If the camper's assigned phone breaks for whatever reason, then they're done. Chris, trying to be nice, gives everyone a tip and says that there's a 10-point animal beyond a specific tree line he's pointing to. Giving everyone 1 hour, Chris sounds the alarm and begins the challenge. Priya and Millie are the first to discover this 10-point animal, which is a lion. A group of them, in fact, all asleep. As Priya and Millie are about to take their selfies, Julia arrives and later gets in their shot. They do this with each other a few more times until they unwittingly close the gap between them and the lions. Okay, I kind of found this a bit dumb for everyone involved. No matter who wins the challenge, Priya, Millie, and Julia are supposedly an alliance of 3, so it's not like any of them are hypothetically in danger of going home this episode that we're currently aware of. No, that would be Bowie and Emma on the chopping block. Speaking of Bowie and Emma, we see them observe the other alliance and their closeness to the lions. Emma takes the opportunity to hit reply all to the group text Chris created with all the animal information, causing the notification sounds to wake the lions up. And just like that, the girls run for their lives, climbing up a tree to evade the lions. As savage as that was from Emma, it was also pretty smart. Bowie's about to take his selfie, but Emma prevents him, saying that a lion saw them and that they should move. Only for Emma to take her selfie before following along. Looks like Julia's words from earlier have affected Emma enough to distrust Bowie, not wanting him to score any points until she investigates if he actually booted Chase or not. And investigate she does, constantly referring to Chase positively and mentioning that he inspires her. And Bowie tries his best to not seem over it. Emma goes on to mention that if someone close to her did vote Chase off, she would want them to be honest with her. I hate this. I hate this so much. Emma is doing herself no favors here by having her relationship with Chase negatively affect her alliance with Bowie. And you know what, actually? Remember in episode 7 when Bowie told Raj that they should hit pause on whatever their relationship is, as they are currently in a competition? Yeah, this is what happens when you don't follow that advice. You get hurt feelings, which causes you to not think rationally, which causes something like this to happen. So I can't say I'm impressed with Emma here. Cut to a confessional from Bowie, admitting that he did vote Chase off last episode, but doesn't want to tell Emma for the sake of their alliance. I guess, to be fair, Chase was part of the alliance with Bowie and Emma, so voting him off was certainly a risk. However, Bowie mentioned last episode that he had a new plan, so we'll have to see if it pays off or not. Bowie ultimately mentions how hurt he and everyone else was that Chase had to go in an effort to quell Emma's suspicions. Before the conversation can move any further, however, their phones go off, showcasing Emma with a lion selfie. Soon, Julia, Millie, and Priya get their own selfies, causing everyone else to tie at 10 points, while Bowie sits at 0. After initially questioning how Emma got the selfie, he retorts that they should put a pin on this, as he needs to catch up. Deciding to aim for less dangerous animals, Bowie and Emma go seek out some raccoons, which should be around the dumpster, as they're the only species that willingly eat chef's cooking. After arriving at the dumpster, Emma immediately jumps in, planning to wait until the raccoons arrive. Suffice to say, they were already there and proceed to beat Emma up. Luckily for Emma though, she gets her selfie before tripping over Bowie. With the raccoons dispersing, Bowie is once again left with 0 points. Emma wants to talk about Chase again, but Bowie would rather not, as they can't risk falling behind. Back to the girls, we see Julia bring up their alliance again, suggesting that they team up once more to vote either Bowie or Emma off, destroying their alliance. In a somewhat surprising twist of fate, however, Priya calls off any alliance with Julia, claiming that nobody likes her, that she's a first-rate backstabber, and a second-rate schemer, making Julia the biggest threat in Priya's eyes. Ooh. Priya's the one with the burns now, dragging Julia for the villain she is. And honestly, we love to see it. A bit interesting how Priya is walking back her initial strategy of aligning with Julia, but I think with the fewer numbers and how untrustworthy Julia is, it makes enough sense. After the lions dizzy themselves out by trying to reach the girls, they all jump down the tree. Before they separate, Millie tells Julia that if she and Priya come across Bowie and Emma, they'll definitely tell them what Julia was planning to do. Now it's Millie's turn to be vicious. Again, we love to see it. With Julia's alliance falling flat on her face, her only plan now is to win immunity once again. Will she for the third time? We'll see. Back to Bowie and Emma, they come across a goose. Well, not just any goose. No, a Canada goose. And judging by the 12 points they're worth, they do not play around. Awoken by the presence of Bowie and Emma, the goose disappears, rustling in the bushes as it plans its next move. Bowie mentions that it's now hunting them, but Emma doesn't seem to care and instead presses the matter on Chase, not letting Bowie avoid the conversation anymore. Emma points out that while broken up, she said some awful things about Chase, with Bowie agreeing with her, prompting her to say to Bowie, "How dare you?" Excuse me, what? What? Emma, no, you can't be serious right now. Is she serious? Oh goodness, she is, isn't she? Bowie tries very hard to keep it together for the sake of their alliance, But eventually he cracks and goes off on Chase, admitting to voting Chase off while cussing him out in the process. He then rightfully drags Emma, saying how pathetic she is for liking Chase and how he lost all respect for her when they got back together. Bowie, thank you so much for saying all that. On behalf of everyone, we really do appreciate it. Emma, finally knowing how Bowie truly feels, calls off their friendship and their alliance. Oh man, this is just so upsetting. For the majority of the season, they were such a fun, strong duo. They were great together and had some really sweet moments. So to see it all crash down cause the worst character in the show, okay, let me be fair and back up. Chase wasn't directly responsible for driving Emma and Bowie apart. Emma was. And it's just so unfortunate for things to end up this way. But it is what it is, I guess. Once again, their conversation is cut short by Bowie being taken away by the Canada Goose, throwing him onto a rocky wall. As if that wasn't bad enough, Bowie proceeds to get wrecked by the goose, hitting him repeatedly until getting knocked out. Wow, this has not been a good day for Bowie. Back to Priya and Millie, we see them inspect some bubbles forming from the muddy water. Doesn't take too long, however, to discover the animal in question, as a crocodile leaps out from the water. A startled Priya throws her phone away, which lands in just the right position to snap a photo of her and the crocodile. After watching her BFF get dragged into the water, we see Millie immediately dive into the water and locate the crocodile, using her friendship bracelet to keep the croc's mouth shut. Millie has saved Priya. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Millie is just continuing to impress here, because I'm not too confident she would have done something like this a few episodes ago. So I'm really proud of her. And the picture from earlier gave Priya an additional 8 points, so that's good too. Cut to Bowie in his confessional, we see him recount that he has no points, no alliance, his only friend now his biggest enemy, and the recent beating he got from the goose. This may, however, be Bowie's big break, as he soon discovers himself in a field alongside other high point value animals. Just as he's about to snap a selfie though, they run off. The reason? The goose is back. How wonderful. Aw, poor Bowie. Back again to Priya and Millie, we see them discover some animal behind a bush. They're able to catch it, but they soon come to regret that decision, as it was a bear hiding in the bush. Priya and Millie try to calmly walk away, but Priya gets snagged by the bear, throwing her around while Julia just so happens to get the perfect timing on her selfie, obscuring both Millie and Priya and scoring the points. Millie is able to divert the bear's attention to her instead of Priya, and sacrifices her phone by lodging it in the bear's mouth while she comes for Priya, saving her life once more by hiding in the bush. Priya's phone has also been destroyed, smashed into little pieces from the earlier encounter. As such, the BFFs are out of the game. Despite still being out of it from the attack, we get Priya being really happy for Millie, acknowledging her life being saved twice and how Millie really brought it this challenge. And I 100% agree. Millie has been an absolute highlight for me this episode. Meanwhile, we see Emma continue to build up her score by accumulating selfies, even if it involves her getting roughed up in the process. Now she has a vision to win immunity and vote Bowie out. Not for her, but for Chase. Whatever. Julia, however, might pose a threat to Emma's goal, accumulating selfies herself while having an easier time doing so. Looking for more points, Julia enters a cave and, plot twist, she encounters the very same raptor she dragged all the way back in episode 5. What a gag. Julia compliments the raptor and stalls enough to score a selfie with it, but the raptor isn't having it and chases after her. Bowie, running from his own nemesis, seeks shelter in a cabin. For whatever reason though, the goose already expected him there. Bowie accepts defeat but wishes to at least get one selfie before getting his butt kicked. The goose, however, can't even be merciful with that request, taking Bowie's phone away and gulping it down. Bowie is now out of the challenge, scoring a grand total of 0 points. Yeah, definitely not Bowie's day. Now it's between Emma and Julia, with Julia in the lead by 5 points. Chris, however, points out that Emma can still win this with 10 minutes left, as a turtle selfie is worth 15 points and is located on the far side of the pond. And since Chris, quote, accidentally, unquote, left the PA system on, Emma was able to hear it and is heading straight to the turtle. Julia too, for that matter. The final showdown between these two starts. They both charge at the turtle with their phones in hand, but another plot twist, this is actually a Chimuan fighting turtle they're dealing with, and very quick to evade. And also quick to attack as well, immobilizing Julia while hitting Emma multiple times with a branch, all while her phone is knocked out of her and thrown into a branch above her. Emma manages to climb the branch and retrieve her phone, but the turtle also finds its way up there, jumping at the branch so Emma could lose her balance. Emma is about to take the selfie, but the turtle presses at Emma's fingers, causing her to fall while the turtle is launched into the sky. And it looks like Julia was able to take it instead, getting her photo and, once again, winning immunity right before time ran out. Great job. At the elimination ceremony, we get Julia being absolutely iconic, sobbing and claiming that Emma intended to launch that poor defenseless turtle into space if she couldn't get a selfie with it. And since Emma can't fully deny that it happened, Julia's accusation appears more convincing to everyone else. Emma, in a last-ditch effort, asks Bowie if he's still with her, but alas, Bowie isn't really in a forgiving mood. And ultimately, this seals Emma's fate, as she is the next to go. And it looks like the turtle incident wasn't the only reason for her boot as well. Millie explains that Emma did very well and is a threat in the competition. Looks like her strategy of keeping all the points for herself while Bowie got none ultimately backfired on her. Parting words for Emma. So, this is kind of difficult for me. On the one hand, Emma, for the majority of the season, was a character I liked a lot. It was obvious her main source of conflict was with Chase, and their storyline together was a bit tiring and drawn out, but she generally was very likable and had some great moments. How she encouraged Nichelle in episode 3 when she was down on herself, how she thanked MK in episode 4 for her support in the challenge, her adorable little dance she occasionally does, not to mention her friendship with Bowie throughout the season and how they supported each other. Emma has plenty of fun and endearing moments throughout the competition, which makes the end of last episode and the whole of this one sting even more. Emma may have had some lingering attachment for Chase even when separated, but it got to a point where I could no longer suspend my disbelief. It was just too ridiculous how Emma was able to go back to him just like that after all the terrible things he put her through. And the icing on top with Emma turning on Bowie, it almost felt like bad writing to me, it really did. I'm genuinely conflicted on Emma because I want to like her, but her characterization took a massive nosedive at the end. And sure, maybe that was the point. Other characters clearly expressed disbelief at Emma's actions, but still, there wasn't enough for Emma getting back with Chase to make it believable. So yeah, I don't really know how to feel about Emma really. I suppose season 2 will answer that question more than anything. Will Emma grow out of this, realize the error of her ways, and dump Chase while reflecting on her own actions? Or will she stay as she is? I'm hoping for the former because I really want to like Emma, but for now, the drone takes her away. And that was the episode. Quite an interesting and fun challenge. There were some frustrating character moments for sure, but I overall enjoyed it and think that this is a fierce top 4. What dangers will the penultimate episode carry for our campers? Let's find out. 11 episodes down, 2 more to go. Let's get into it. We start the episode off from Priya's perspective, sleeping before being woken up by an incredibly excited and energized Millie, who is also sporting some kind of superhero costume. I gotta say, it looks pretty cute actually, and apparently she made this, which is fairly impressive. Priya questions why Millie's wearing this costume, which prompts Millie to respond that they are in the Final Four, making them the Super Alliance. And as part of the Super Alliance, Millie asks that they make Priya a costume too. Priya appears a bit hesitant, but after suggesting robot costumes instead, with Millie doing this adorable robot dance, Priya decides to stick to the superhero theme. The enthusiasm radiating from Millie here is just magical, and also kind of surreal. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Millie this excited before, but that's fine with me because she is living her best life, having fully broken out of her shell, and we love to see it. The next scene shows the Super Alliance in the confessional, Priya now matching with Millie. Again, super cute outfits, they both look so good. As the last alliance on the island, Bowie and Julia will both try to convince them to vote the other one off. The nerds have the power indeed. For now, as Bowie reminds us again in his confessional that he has Millie's notebook, which contains some pretty scathing stuff about Priya and her parents. You know, I'm pretty sure I was more on board with Bowie stirring the pot a few episodes back, but with how wholesome the Super Alliance has been, I don't think I want it to happen now. We then cut to Julia approaching the Super Alliance, advocating that they agree to vote Bowie off. Julia spins it as being an all-girl finale, which would be big on social media. Priya and Millie, however, don't seem too convinced, with Millie thanking Julia for her application before shooing her away. Of course, we can always count on Julia to bring up all reliable when her social game fails: winning immunity. I mean, at first, I found this strategy to be pretty risky, but she has won 3 challenges and is clearly very good at the game so far. So yeah, Julia might very well make it to the finale. Another confessional from Bowie sees him talk through his strategy. He could drop the notebook on Priya and Millie and end the alliance right there, but that would also help Julia, and he doesn't want that. His plan of action instead is aligning with the Super Alliance, getting Julia eliminated, and then dropping the notebook on Priya and Millie, with the supposed result being an easier stroll to the $1 million. Mind of a mastermind indeed. And so, Bowie's the next to plead his case to the Super Alliance. For one, he mentions that, well, he's not Julia, which is already a pretty substantial argument, I must say. But it doesn't stop there. Bowie is proposing that instead of working together with Priya and Millie, he'll partner with Julia and try to throw the challenge, causing either Priya or Millie to win immunity while Julia gets eliminated in exchange. He then sweetens the argument by mentioning Julia's track record, having won more challenges than anyone else and being the biggest threat in the competition. Ultimately, the Super Alliance agrees to Bowie's terms. Priya is quick to mention that once Julia's gone, it'll once again be them against Bowie. Bowie pretends to be woeful, but yeah, we know what's coming. The next phase of Bowie's plan commences, with him suggesting to Julia that they team up. Julia immediately laughs the idea off, saying that she'll take her chances, but she quickly changes her tune when Bowie remarks that Priya and Millie see her as the bigger threat. Julia agrees that they probably have a better shot in the challenge if they work together, and they shake on it. Bowie is out here playing triple agent on these girls, aligning with all before ultimately planning to betray them. Gotta respect the strategy. So, what's today's challenge? Chris calls it the Cave of Horrors, where the campers must navigate through the maze of tunnels within Total Drama Mountain, all while collecting TDI tokens, which they will store in the backpacks provided to them. The camper who makes it out with the most tokens wins the challenge and immunity. Also, Chef apparently saw some kind of giant monster in there devouring tokens, so that's also concerning. Anywho, Chris sounds the alarm, but none of the campers are particularly enthused with doing this challenge and don't want to go in. Not a problem for Chris though, as he presses the button, detonating some rocks and forcing the campers to take cover inside before they get crushed. Now caved inside, Julia notices Priya and Millie missing, even assuming that they got buried, which prompts Julia to celebrate, as it means she automatically makes it to the finals. She is so vile for that. Turns out though, Priya and Millie are very much alive and are appropriately unamused with Julia's earlier celebration. While Julia tries to deny it, she admits as much in a confessional with her and Bowie. And maybe Bowie was at least thinking about it as well. There's something kind of iconic about the two villains sharing a confessional together as allies. A nice juxtaposition to the more positive Super Alliance. Bowie has now commenced Operation Slow Julia Down, his first order of business, pretending that he inhaled too much rubble dust, asking if Julia could rub his back. Instead, Julia punches his back. As the Super Alliance ventures deeper into the caves, they come across an area filled with toxic waste. More specifically, the toxic sludge room, as Chris points out in a random monitor descending from the ceiling. But there's a lot of tokens, which Priya more than enthusiastically snags. What Priya overestimated, however, was Millie's reflexes in catching the tokens, with Millie either missing them or being hit by them repeatedly. But hey, at least she was able to get one token from all this. Moving along, we see Bowie and Julia walk in an area with quite a few bones around. Never a good sign. Bowie, either genuinely scared or doing what he can to slow Julia down as much as possible, proceeds to get frightened, yelling before Julia squeezes his mouth shut. A probable source of the bones soon reveals itself, with a bunch of bats hanging from the ceiling. Another monitor of Chris descends the room, using a microphone to inform the pair that they are in the Bat Cave, alerting the bats in the process. Bowie runs for his life while the bats chase him, but this gives Julia the opportunity to do some platforming and leap to where the tokens are, effortlessly taking all of them. As Bowie points out in his confessional, throwing the challenge will be much harder than he thought. After venturing out of the toxic sludge room, the Super Alliance find themselves in an area with a stream and additional tokens. Millie enthusiastically pumped themselves up to get the tokens, but she may have been a bit too loud, causing the rocks from above to come crashing down, forcing the girls to get a move on. And so, they move through the stream. We see Priya once again snagging the tokens while throwing them Millie's way, and well, Millie's too busy struggling to catch any of them. Side note, but I'm not quite understanding why Priya feels the need to throw all the tokens Millie's way. Especially after seeing that she only caught one in the previous room. Also, are you not gonna at least put some in your own backpack? I can't. Anyways, finding themselves near a waterfall, Priya latches onto the final token while grabbing Millie as well, saving her from the descent down. Priya considers lowering themselves down there to retrieve all the dropped tokens, but lo and behold, a creature lurks the waters, causing Priya to reconsider. Cut back to Bowie and Julia, we see them enter a web-infested area. One of the webs, however, is packed full of tokens. Bowie tries to sway Julia away from it, but Julia doesn't budge and is determined to take them before Priya and Millie do. It looks like Bowie has a genuine phobia of spiders, not entering his own bedroom in 4 years because he found one in there. But he'll have to put his fears aside if it means slowing Julia down. What a trooper. Bowie warns Julia that being reckless with retrieving the tokens will alert the huge spider who created this web. Instead, he proposes that they move very slowly when taking them, all while doing cool yoga poses in the process. Julia, however, has other ideas, and throws Bowie straight into the web while she retrieves all the tokens that fall from it. I mean, it's Julia. Are we surprised? The spider soon arrives and wraps Bowie with its silk, trapping him even further. To nobody's surprise, Julia doesn't really care if Bowie gets eaten, so long as she wins immunity. Julia informs Bowie that she's planning on going solo from now on, but Bowie mentions that she still needs his vote if Priya and Millie end up winning instead. Not wanting to take any chances, Julia begrudgingly frees Bowie and warns him that if he slows her down again, she'll leave him behind. Looks like Julia is definitely picking up on Bowie's lack of ability in this challenge, but ultimately believes that he's still on her side. While the two run, Bowie asks Julia if she really would have let the spider eat him, to which Julia says, probably. Following that, Julia mentions that she and Bowie are the villains, and were created by nature for balance. It's kind of funny how she's acknowledging their antagonistic role this season, but frankly, Bowie is nowhere near as bad as Julia. With that said, the two collide into the Super Alliance, knocking each other over. Julia, after scolding Priya and Millie for getting in her way, grabs Millie's backpack and notices how light it is. After mockingly reminding them that the goal is to take the tokens, Julia runs off and chucks the backpack to Bowie. Bowie, now alone with Priya and Millie, is incredibly pissed that they only managed to get a singular token while Bowie had to go through some real horrors back there. Priya asks Bowie why he hasn't been doing his part to make him and Julia lose, but Bowie counters that he has been trying, but Julia is just too good, unfortunately. Bowie demands that they get tokens before catching back up with Julia. Millie now appears down on herself, feeling like it'll all be her fault if they lose the challenge. Priya, however, gives Millie a pep talk about how they're the Super Alliance, and it does the trick, bringing Millie back to good spirits as they continue to look for tokens. Cut to Julia, we see her running through a bridge, only to stop and realize that the exit is now in sight. Bowie is also relieved that his nightmare is finally over for him and gets out of there without any hesitation. Julia, meanwhile, happens to notice tokens sitting on the rocks below, but also catches a glimpse of a monster swimming down there. She ultimately decides that it isn't worth the trouble. The Super Alliance then comes into the scene, with Priya devastated that they've reached the exit with only one token. Julia takes the opportunity to gloat and mention how one of them will be going home, but then decides to be, quote, nice, unquote, by mentioning that there's some tokens down there in case they wanted to lose a little less embarrassingly. Funny how she doesn't mention the sea monster down there, but that's Julia for you. Millie feels bad again, saying that if it wasn't for her, they'd have more tokens. Again, this was also Priya's fault, as she was constantly throwing them Millie's way in the first place, but I digress. Feeling like she has to make up for her poor performance, Millie volunteers to get the tokens under the bridge. Priya cautions her not to go as it looks dangerous, but Millie is adamant. Millie also points out that when Julia wins immunity and Bowie votes with her, they'll most likely vote Priya off rather than Millie, as Priya's the stronger player. So I actually want to pause here for a second, because certain things aren't really adding up for me. If Julia wins immunity and Bowie votes with her, that still doesn't change the fact that Priya and Millie are an alliance as well and will vote together. So, if Julia and Bowie vote for Priya and Priya and Millie vote for Bowie, then it'll still be a tie. How they plan to resolve the tie if it comes to that, I currently don't know. But I'm just confused as to why Priya and Millie are so sure one of them is going home at this point. If anything, Bowie should be the one on his toes, as Julia could easily betray him in favor of an all-girls finale. I suppose we'll see how the episode wraps up before returning to this point. Okay, back to the episode. With Priya's encouragement, Millie goes ahead and drops down into the water. As she's collecting tokens, Priya notices the monster patrolling the waters and alerts Millie. But alas, the monster fish catches Millie by surprise and she is devoured, with a horrified Priya calling her name. The next scene... Yeah, I know. What a cliffhanger. But the next scene involves Chef counting Julia's tokens, ultimately scoring 286 tokens. By the way, something about these large coins all fitting inside that little backpack is really funny to me. Bowie meanwhile got 0 tokens, which is also funny to me cause this is his second challenge in a row where he got absolutely nothing. But, of course, this time it was intentional. We then see Julia do some online shopping, feeling like she's already won this season. By voting Priya out tonight, Millie will crumble without her in the finale, and Julia has beaten Bowie multiple times already, so she feels like she has it in the bag. With Bowie thinking the initial plan fell through with the Super Alliance, he's also in agreement with voting Priya off, which puts him against Julia in the finale. Something Bowie is not looking forward to. We then cut back to Millie, who's alive thankfully, and also sitting on a humongous pile of tokens. Chef was not kidding when he said the monster was devouring all these tokens. Soon, we hear a scream from Priya, and she also enters the scene, determined to not let some fish monster split up the Super Alliance. Which is honestly so heartwarming, aww. With all those coins, they can easily win the challenge. But how did they get out? Priya, ever the experienced one, mentions how one summer her parents brought her to Aqua Ocean Park every day and made her escape from inside a whale. Yeah, her parents need some jail time. And so we get Priya punching the fish monster's uvula multiple times in quick succession. And just when Chris is done waiting and is about to give Julia the immunity, Priya shows up with the monster fish and the accompanying tokens with it. How Priya was able to get that huge fish out of the water and back up here is anyone's guess, but nonetheless, Priya wins immunity. Much to the complete dismay of Julia. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This elimination ceremony is a bit different from usual. Due to Chef leaving the bag of marshmallows out in the sun and melting into one big clump, Chris instead will read out the votes via the cards provided to him. So far, 2 votes for Julia and 1 for Millie. Julia, you did not have to do my girl like that. How dare you? Next, we get some really interesting news. In the event of a tie, the camper that moves on to the finale is decided by who has the most previous immunity wins. Interesting. That certainly answers my earlier question, but yeah, this clearly leaves Priya and Millie shook, as Julia is the clear winner in that regard. Well, clear winner if there was actually a tie, but alas, the third and final vote is also for Julia. And it doesn't take too long for Julia to realize that Bowie backstabbed her, costing her the million and feeling absolutely incredible doing so. I know he's been waiting for this, and now he finally has his moment. Parting words for Julia. I mean, what a great villain. Evil and absolutely unashamed about it. And she never seriously denies it either. After her facade crumbles, she fully embraced this flawed aspect of her. As twisted as it might be, I think that's deserving of some respect. Not to mention an excellent competitor as well, literally having the best track record of anyone else. Say what you will about her lack of morals, but she absolutely was determined to win this game and tried very hard to do so. Even with everyone else against her, which she has herself to blame for, but even with everyone else against her, she still found a way to survive week after week, and I find that really admirable in a way. I can't really rank her in terms of how good she was compared to the franchise's other villains, as I haven't watched every season yet, but on her own, she was very entertaining and enjoyable overall. Can't say I'm convinced she'll make it as far next season, but a part of me is hoping we get a different side to Julia. If you remember, Julia mentioned last episode that she has no friends and didn't want any. While that may be true, I can't help but wonder how her character might change if she actually found an unexpected but genuine friend in one of the other campers. Now, I'm not saying that she'll finally see the light and be good because of that, but I do think it would be an interesting direction for Julia's character, one that might even humanize her more. Who knows? Maybe MK will be that friend. Can you imagine? I'd honestly love that. For now, though, we see the drone take Julia away. Oh, but wait a second. The episode isn't done yet. As Priya and Millie return back to the cabin, we see a present with a smiley face tag on it. Priya thinks it's from her parents at first, but then she opens it and starts reading through Millie's notebook. And as Millie discusses future plans with her BFF, she notices what Priya's reading, and Priya confronts her about all the horrible things that she said about her family. Millie tries to explain, but Priya, claiming that she carried her through every single challenge and feeling enraged about what Millie apparently thinks about her, now says that Millie is going down. All while we pan out to a smiling Bowie, filing his nails, his plan to destroy their friendship finally being a success. No! Oh, no! No, I hate this. I mean, kudos to Bowie, that was kind of sickening on his part, but besides that, no! Oh my gosh. Look, I knew this was coming, but rewatching the season and paying closer attention to Priya and Millie's friendship, I can't help but feel absolutely devastated by this development. And look, I get why Priya is angry, I really do. Even though her parents are absolutely abusive and deserve to be called out, Priya at the end of the day still loves them and never had a say herself on whether she wanted that information to be disclosed to the public, much less sold to the public in a tell-all book. So I get it. I 100% understand why Millie is at fault here. On the other hand, I do take issue with Priya saying that she carried Millie through every challenge, cause that is just unequivocally untrue. And seeing the very same narrative get shared online as if it was gospel kind of frustrates me actually. It feels revisionist, like we're erasing Millie's contributions from the season in favor of painting her as completely undeserving. So, to clear the air, let's go through the episodes, shall we? Episode 1, Not Carried, Priya had no involvement. Episode 2, Not Carried, no involvement. Episode 3, Not Carried, Millie got through that obstacle course on her own, thank you very much. Episode 4, Priya and Millie create their alliance, but Millie doesn't really receive any special help from Priya in the challenge, so Not Carried. Episode 5, if there's one person that carried Millie, it's Damien. And if you remember, he also carried Priya and Ripper that challenge as well, with his quick thinking and intellect. So no, Priya didn't carry here. Episode 6, while Priya was the one to catapult Millie and gave her tips on how to land properly, Millie ultimately does her job and scores her team 3,000 points, even finding enjoyment from the challenge. So, not carried there either. Episode 7, finally there's a justifiable example of Millie being carried by Priya. Priya does most of the work for that challenge and saves Millie from a cassowary attack. Priya also gives Millie immunity. However, let's also remember that Priya offered Millie the immunity win. So really it's Priya's problem at the end of the day for offering something that she didn't actually believe in. Episode 8, how can Priya carry her this challenge when A, Millie bows out before it even starts, and B, Priya literally votes for Millie at the elimination ceremony when Ripper was right there? Explain that to me, please, cause Millie was this close to going home that episode, and Priya certainly didn't help with things. Episode 9, Millie, like everyone else, goes through what's arguably the toughest challenge in the season, and Priya isn't shown significantly helping Millie along the way, so not carried. Episode 10, besides being literally carried down from the mountain, which I admit was definitely much from Millie there, Priya didn't help Millie in the challenge except for the very beginning by telling her how to balance. In fact, Priya even mentions that Millie could have won that challenge had Chase not bulldozed his way through the remaining campers. So yeah, not carried. Episode 11, plot twist, Millie was the one carrying Priya here, as she saves Priya's life twice, okay? Episode 12, I can see an argument for how Millie was carried this episode, as Priya did come back to save her after being devoured and was effortless in collecting the tokens, even though she did carelessly threw all of them at Millie to catch. On the other hand, however, Priya was the one to win immunity for that challenge, so really, had Bowie not voted Julia off, this would have been the end for Millie. For the sake of being generous though, we'll count this as an example of Millie being carried, even though I'm not fully convinced. So yeah, 2 out of 12 episodes. I think Priya is absolutely amazing and she's one of my favorites, but she is absolutely wrong here. She did not carry Millie. As for everyone else, please put some respect on my girl's name and stop the slander, cause I am over it. With that said though, if there's something I missed that supports the Millie was carried argument, please do let me know in the comments. It's always possible that I missed certain details from past episodes, so I'm interested to see what everyone else thinks about the topic. Phew, golly, certainly got carried away with that one, am I right? Okay, let me stop. But wow, that was the episode. A fairly interesting one, with an explosive ending. How will everything unfold? Will Millie crumble at the realization of losing her first real friend? Will Priya forgive Millie? And has Bowie's schemes fully paid off for him to snag the million? You already know what I'm about to say next. 12 episodes down, one more to go. For the final time, let us get into it. So we start the episode off on a pretty low note. Millie has essentially been bawling her eyes out all night, not being forgiven despite apologizing to Priya. It's very sad seeing her like this, to be so bubbly and energetic last episode, only for it to all come crashing down here. And knowing Millie's friendless background, yeah, it hurts, really. Priya, on the other hand, is still furious at Millie, stating that their friendship was fake and calling her a two-faced, book-writing liar, all while throwing the bracelet Millie made her into the toilet. Okay, again, want to say that I understand why Priya is mad. However, are you really gonna call your friendship with her fake when she literally saved your life twice in episode 11? I don't think a friend would risk their life wrestling with a crocodile if they were fake. Also, you're mad at all the time you spent training Millie? Let me ask, was Millie the one pleading with you to train her in the first place? No, Priya, that was you. I understand that this is the final episode and there needs to be some conflict to raise the stakes, but I'm not entirely sure Priya's anger toward Millie was executed properly. Still early into the episode though, so we'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds. Following Priya's confessional is Bowie's, who is pretty satisfied that his plan succeeded. He then makes an appeal to the general audience that this was for strategy and that he came to win. Like I said before, as much as I'm upset for the BFFs, I can't really fault Bowie here. He knows what he wants and isn't afraid to cause some drama to get it. Hate the game, not the player. For the final time this season, Chris announces that it's challenge time. After congratulating all three campers on reaching the finale, we get some background on what today's first challenge will be. That's right, first, meaning that this will be a two-parter. The first challenge, the campers are tasked with building a raft and dragging it along a path before they reach a small lake. Using the raft to traverse the lake, the last camper to make it across is eliminated. The remaining two, however, will compete in today's second challenge, with the winner receiving $1 million. So exciting. Chris then appears to pause with, quote, concern, unquote, asking if everything is okay with the BFFs. Priya is quick to correct Chris, saying that there is no BFFs, all while getting in Millie's face about it. Ouch. Anyways, Chris continues to explain the first challenge, saying that the campers will each use an old-fashioned two-person saw to cut the trees while using rope to tie them together. There's one question though, how will each camper operate a two-person saw? With help, of course. And then we see them, all the eliminated campers back for the finale. Yay! Wow, some of these faces we have not seen in a while. Caleb, Axel, welcome back. And of course, I can't really move on without mentioning these goofy goobers. So good to see Wayne and Raj back. And I know Bowie's feeling the same too. Chris then goes on to say that one of the previously eliminated campers will go on to help the three finalists construct their rafts. This will be decided by each finalist spinning the Wheel of Losers. Priya is the first to spin, and the wheel lands on Damien. Okay, pretty reliable teammate for sure. After Priya is Millie, who spins and she gets Ripper, who is happy for more screen time. While certainly not anybody's first pick, Ripper is pretty competitive, so I don't think this is necessarily a negative for Millie. Priya then says in a confessional that Millie deserves to be paired with Ripper, saying that they both stink. Harsh. Bowie's the last to spin, and just when he thought he got Axel, it lands on Julia. How wonderful. Looks like Bowie isn't gonna have as smooth of a time as he initially thought, especially with his backstabbing happening literally last episode. With the pairs all set, Chris sounds the alarm and the challenge begins. Seeing Millie already so unmotivated while Ripper drags her along is so sad. Aww. Julia meanwhile decides to negotiate with Bowie, helping him only if she gets a 40% cut of the million. Bowie asks if she's kidding, which prompts Julia to raise it to 50, all while taking out a contract and pen in hand. Looks like Bowie should have taken the first offer when he got the chance. Nonetheless, he begrudgingly signs the contract. Even when eliminated, Julia still knows how to make good TV. Cut to Priya and Damien, we see them sawing off a tree, with Priya very determined and forceful in her sawing, while Damien struggles to keep up. We then see Ripper question Millie, asking her if she's even trying. Millie, feeling completely hopeless, doesn't really see a point in trying now that she lost her only friend in Priya. Ripper presses her on what that has to do with the challenge, but then he sees Millie, tears welling up in her eyes, and it looks like that was enough for Ripper to surprisingly level with Millie, suggesting a plan of action. By secretly sabotaging Priya's raft and having it fall apart, Millie comes in to help and have Priya jump to her raft so she doesn't get eliminated. Ripper then says that Priya will have to forgive Millie and they can go back to being best nerd friends forever. You know, while Ripper probably doesn't want to come across this way since he's an alfalfa male or whatever, it is nice to see him actually care about Millie's well-being, enough for him to actually strategize a solution to her problem. It really makes me interested in seeing how Ripper will develop in season 2. Millie, being sleep deprived and desperate, ultimately feels like it's a good idea and decides to go along with it. Back to Bowie and Julia, we see Julia complain that sawing the tree down is hard and decides to renegotiate the terms of their agreement. Bowie, however, is not having it and rips up the contract, saying that he'll just do it himself. Of course, misfortune strikes Bowie yet again with his saw breaking. Julia, wanting to piss Bowie off even more, takes her end of the saw before leaving, which means that Bowie has nothing more than that small piece with him to hack the tree down. I gotta say, I feel like Julia messed up here. She literally had a 50% cut of the million if Bowie won. Why would she be so quick to push her luck here? Did she really think Bowie would accept the percentage that involved the majority going to Julia? Now, no matter what happens, she's not getting anything. So really, she's kind of the clown here. While Priya and Damien look for a gondolier pole, Millie and Ripper arrive, ready to sabotage. Ripper tells Millie to use his toenail clippers to clip at the rope supporting the raft, which he uses to pluck his nose hair. Ew. Nonetheless, Millie does just that and leaves before Priya and Damien get back. While less impressive, Millie also has her raft assembled and gets a move on, determined for this plan to work. Priya arrives first and gets to hear some, quote, exciting, unquote, news. The lake that Priya is meant to traverse is actually made of lava. Damien, understandably, is absolutely freaked by this and scolds Chris, but Priya ultimately gets a move on. Next to arrive is Millie and Ripper, with Millie absolutely horrified that the lake is actually lava. Ripper's plan is already backfiring, as Priya could now actually die since some of her ropes have been cut. To Ripper's credit though, he didn't anticipate the lake actually being lava, so yeah. Millie gets a move on, absolutely desperate to close the gap between her and Priya. Back to Bowie, we finally see him cut down his tree, lifting one massive log above him, determined to not lose this challenge. Not especially fazed with the lava, Bowie throws his log in there and starts to move. We've always known Bowie to be competitive, but it was pretty cool seeing him list out all of his past accomplishments in his confessional. Also, he apparently had that crown inside his pocket the entire time. And you know what? I believe him. Cut to Priya, we see the ropes finally start to give in, with her raft slowly falling apart. Millie tells Priya to jump to her raft, but Priya is still in her feelings and wants no help from her. Which is kind of a bold move when you're literally up against lava here. Millie cautions that Priya will fall in if she doesn't get on, but Priya takes the opportunity to mock Millie, saying that she could then write a book about how she faked being someone's friend and watched them drown in lava. So again, I realized that this is the main conflict and thus was made to have stakes. I also realized that this is a cartoon. I mean, they're moving through a lava lake, for heaven's sake. However, the way Priya's acting here is really starting to test my suspension of disbelief. Oh, but it gets worse. As Millie mentions that Priya was supposed to jump to her raft so they could make it out together and become friends again, Priya realizes that this was actually a sabotage job by Millie and swears that Millie will pay for this. I can understand Priya being mad at Millie for doing this, for sure. But again, to Millie's defense, she didn't know that the lake was actually lava. Millie again asks that Priya jump to her raft so they can make it out together. This time, Priya agrees. Finally, right? Except, she lets Millie know that only one of them will make it to the other side. And cue Priya moving toward Millie, while Millie starts paddling away from her in fear. Yeah. No, this isn't it. Implying that you'll willingly push your ex-best friend into the lava, killing her? Nope. I can suspend my disbelief if a villain like Julia were to act like that, but Priya? One of the good moral characters? No. I've been watching and recapping the entire season, and to my knowledge, there was no foreshadowing whatsoever for Priya having murderous tendencies. So to see her act like this, my goodness, at least with Emma's character nosedive, you could argue that her unhealthy obsession with Chase, good or bad, was why she acted the way she did in episode 11. This, however, I'm sorry, but this is just terrible writing. For the sake of making this conflict between Priya and Millie as dramatic as possible, Priya's character has essentially been torpedoed and replaced with a vindictive shell of her former self. But again, the episode isn't over yet, so I suppose we'll put a pin on this for now. With Priya and Millie moving backwards, Bowie actually has a chance now to catch up, and even does so at some point. With Priya's last log sinking, she takes the opportunity to hop to Bowie's log, saving herself from the lava. To see Millie so relieved that Priya is finally safe absolutely warms my heart. Even though there's a bit of a bitter aftertaste considering what Priya tried to do to her earlier. Bowie isn't exactly too happy that Priya is now on his log, but Priya doesn't relent, causing the two to battle it out with their sticks. While they fight, Millie passes them. Eventually, Bowie has Priya at the edge. Now cornered, Priya instead tries to reason with Bowie and says that they could eliminate Millie if they work together. Bowie counters by saying that he could take care of Millie on his own, but Priya mentions that Bowie's just scared to go up against her, one-on-one. And surprisingly, that was enough for Bowie to team up with her, trying to prove that he isn't scared of Priya. Now, I don't usually say this, but I don't think this was a very smart move from Bowie's part. It doesn't matter whether you're scared of Priya or not. Isn't it much more beneficial in a strategic sense if Millie was with you in the final two? Versus someone who's literally been training her entire life to win total drama? But hey, if he's confident he'll win either way, then sure, I guess. And so, Priya and Bowie temporarily form a truce as they continue paddling through the lava. Millie, seeing the two catch up to her, asks why Priya would want to work with Bowie when he was the one to ruin their friendship. Bowie counters that he wasn't the one to write all those horrible things about Priya and her family, which Millie acknowledges is hard to argue with. It looks to be a close one. As Millie picks up speed, Priya suggests that she and Bowie pole vault. Bowie agrees and the two launch themselves into the air, landing through the finish line and winning the challenge, which ultimately means that Millie is eliminated. Before Millie goes to join her fellow eliminated campers, she asks Priya if she read the very last page of her notebook, the page where Millie talked about how much Priya meant to her and how horrible she felt for writing all those other terrible things before. Priya answers that she read all of it and didn't find any page like that before leaving. Then Bowie gives Millie a wink, which makes her realize that he was the one to tear the page off, as he couldn't risk Priya forgiving Millie before today's challenge. So evil. But it worked out for him, so good job, I guess. A confessional from Priya says that she doesn't care what Millie wrote on the last page and won't ask her. But the very next scene has Priya doing just that, asking Millie what the last page said. And here we get this really vulnerable moment from Millie, saying that she wrote horrible things about Priya and everyone else because of her own insecurities. To Millie, it was easier to think that she was above everyone else, to judge everyone else rather than fit in. And that Priya was the first person to ever make Millie feel good about herself. Millie closes by saying that even if Priya can never forgive her, that she's still the best friend that Millie has ever had. And it looks like this moment of vulnerability and truth has finally gotten to Priya, embracing her and forgiving her. The BFFs are back together. Okay, a few things to talk about before we move on to the final challenge. First thing, was Priya forgiving Millie a rushed development? So, answering this is a weird one, because I think Millie gave such a compelling and heartfelt answer as to why she wrote those things in her notebook. If this was the Priya we've known all season, of course it would be enough for her to forgive Millie. However, the Priya we saw a few minutes ago, you know, the one where she menacingly started moving toward Millie, implying that she'll kill her? Yeah, to go from that to forgiving and embracing Millie, it just doesn't sit right with me. And that's the heart of the issue here for me. This episode warped Priya's character so much that when the resolution to the BFF conflict is finally resolved, we're supposed to believe that everything is back to normal, that everything is cool. I don't think so. So yeah, using what we have in the show's canon, Priya forgiving Millie ultimately was a rushed development. It shouldn't have been, had they reasonably kept Priya's character consistent, but it is. Secondly, I've been giving every character a send-off when they're eliminated, and Millie is no exception here. So, without further ado, parting words for Millie. I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Millie is my favorite character from the season. And yes, that does include Wayne and Raj. Now, this was not something I felt toward Millie on my initial watching of the show. Dare I say I even originally agreed with some of the typical criticisms concerning her character. How she was carried, how she didn't deserve to make it as far as she did, how she was generally uninteresting, all of that stuff. And even the show itself tried to paint Millie in this light, using Priya last episode to say that she carried Millie through every challenge. But upon watching the season again, actually typing up my thoughts and noticing details I haven't initially, I finally was able to fully appreciate Millie for the incredible character she really is. For one, there is no other camper that goes through as much character growth and development as Millie does. Not even close. Millie started out as someone that judged others, feeling like she was above everyone else. As the season progressed, we started learning more about her. How she was bullied in school, how she never had any friends before Priya, the insecurities she had buried inside her because of how she was treated in the past, giving us context as to why she acted the way she did. After all, it's easier to judge others than pay attention to your own struggles, your own failures. And so she retreated to her studies, acting as a safe space for her. This competition, however, allowed Millie to finally make her first real friend, Priya. And it was through Priya, whether it be her encouragement in challenges, or even little things like complimenting Millie's sick burns and telling her how funny she is, that finally allowed Millie to break out of her shell and renew her hope in making connections with others, in creating friendships. And this development wasn't rushed either. We got to see Millie slowly but surely change through the season, all the way back in episode 6, where she actually enjoyed herself in the catapult challenge. A more outgoing, optimistic, and brave character began to emerge, all while she began questioning if her research on the other campers was truly right. Ultimately, she chose friendship over her studies, but her past actions came back to haunt her, as Bowie exposed her research to Priya, causing the main conflict of this episode. To see Millie so saddened and so desperate to atone for her past actions, now that she's finally understood what it's like to actually have a friend, is just heartbreaking stuff. But absolutely in service to her character, as we again see how far Millie has come as a person. And it was through Millie's final exclamation to Priya that really solidified her as my favorite character this season. An absolutely amazing character all around, and a worthy finalist. That's right, worthy. Regardless of the narrative out there that she was carried, Millie absolutely deserved her spot, and if you need more evidence, just watch the season. I'm so happy we got this character, so happy she lasted as long as she did, and I'm very excited to see how she continues to develop next season. I don't believe she'll make it as far, but I kind of hope I'm wrong. What I'm really hoping for, however, is seeing Millie interact with other campers besides Priya. I want Millie to make more meaningful friendships, display a newfound confidence for winning challenges, and ultimately develop more as a character. For now though, Millie joins the other campers on the failure benches. So, the actual final challenge. Chris says that the campers will, on foot, have to race to the top of a mountain, get inside a turbo orb, and race back down the mountain, with the first one reaching the finish line, winning the season and the $1 million. Oh, but wait. Chef also suggests that each camper take 2 goats with them to the top. Okay, sure. With this addition in place, Chris starts the challenge and off they go. Priya starts off in the lead, but her goats abruptly stop, throwing her over. Bowie and his goats pass Priya, running her over in the process. After getting back up, Priya notices that her goats are missing and proceeds to look for them. The goats with Bowie, meanwhile, have slowed down, stopping to chew some grass. Bowie tries and fails to pull them forward. Switching to Priya, we see her locate one goat and continue to look for the other. Switching to Bowie, we see him push his goats onward, threatening that he's eaten goat before and that he'll do it again. The goats, having understood him, give what I can only describe as a warning "bah" in return. Switching to Priya, we see her find the other goat, popping between two bushes, with Priya eventually catching them. Side note, but it's just funny looking back at my script and seeing me use the word switching a lot. I suppose it's a consequence of how there's only 2 campers left and how the episode is almost over. With that said, Bowie is the first to reach the top. The challenge is about to proceed as normal, but Chef yet again comes in, suggesting that the campers now have to milk a mommy goat and drink their milk. Sure. As Priya catches up, Bowie starts milking. Soon, she gets to the top as well and immediately starts milking as well. Ooh, it's getting close. A confessional from Priya tells us that her parents left her alone in the woods for a month, with no food as part of her training, where she found a yak and learned how to milk it. You know, the more I learn about Priya's parents, the more I'm hoping that they show up in some form next season, only for them to either be arrested, absolutely humiliated, or Priya herself establishing a no contact rule to their faces. I am just so disgusted. Bowie is the first to finish, drinking down all that freshly squeezed milk. Goodness, not even pasteurized or anything. Nonetheless, Bowie gets into his orb, launching himself onto the cliff. Priya then finishes squeezing and drinks the milk, gets into the orb, and also launches herself off, hot on Bowie's trail. The two tumble down the mountain and, unsurprisingly with the goat milk they just drank, both Bowie and Priya throw up inside their orbs, now obscuring which ball is which. We then see Chef release the porcupines to puncture the incoming balls, causing one to land over the finish line while the other one stops short of reaching it. And so, we reach the moment of truth, the moment this entire season has been building up to. The winner of Total Drama Island is Priya! Congratulations, Priya, you did it! You won Total Drama Island and the $1 million. Much to the enthusiasm of everyone else, except for Wayne and Raj since they were hoping for Bowie to get it, and Chase cause an earlier confessional showed him wanting a guy to win. Yeah, Chase is not beating the misogyny allegations this season, now is he? Bowie, for what it's worth, you absolutely did your best and played a phenomenal game, so well done. Plus, it's incredibly likely that we're keeping the same tradition as in past Total Drama seasons, with different winners airing in different countries. And the fact that the orbs are completely covered makes it even easier to air different endings, so I feel reasonably confident that we'll get a Bowie-themed ending at some point. Before we move on to the final scene, I think it's fitting that I do my send-offs for Bowie and Priya as characters. Parting words for Bowie. What a fabulous competitor. Definitely the most strategic of the entire season, even from the very beginning, with convincing his team to vote off Caleb because he was a threat. He came in day one with a goal, and that was to win the season. While not in this specific ending, he definitely achieved that goal in his own version. That's currently unreleased, but very likely exists. One could argue, however, that his greatest success was what happened in episode 12, aligning with everyone while systematically betraying them all and causing the conflict between Priya and Millie, A truly devious move, but one that ultimately benefited him in the end. Winning Total Drama, however, wasn't Bowie's entire character. Far from it, actually. While he did befriend Emma for an alliance, he genuinely saw her as a friend, which made their eventual end together hurt even more, but I digress. Then we get to see his relationship with Raj. Again, so amazing. I keep thinking back to how well Bowie handled things and how healthy it was to actually hit pause till after the competition finished. So good. And of course, his rivalry with Julia. Very iconic and entertaining all around. Now, it goes without saying that Bowie probably won't be one of the 2 finalists next season. In addition, Bowie has created a lot of enemies this season due to his strategy in the game, so it wouldn't surprise me if he was ultimately an early out. Nonetheless, I would love to see more of Bowie and Raj together, as well as Bowie interacting more with campers he didn't really talk to this season, like Axel or even Lauren. With that said though, thank you Bowie for being awesome gay representation and for slaying the game. And now, for this ending at least, I will give my parting words to the winner herself, Priya. Now, I was pretty negative about this character while recapping the episode, but similar to Emma, I don't want that instance of character derailment to overshadow Priya's overall contribution to the season, cause for the first 12 episodes, she was great. A kind-hearted and supportive friend to Millie, but also a fierce competitor that always had her head in the game. I mean, she did come from a family of Total Drama superfans, after all. I mentioned this before, but there is nothing I'm hoping for more than for her parents to at least be called out in some way next season, cause what they did to Priya was absolutely abusive and unforgivable. They should be ashamed of themselves, truly. But, going back to Priya, I think my favorite moments from her usually involved her friendship with Millie. Now, do I think Priya was a bit much with how she trained Millie? Yes, I do. I think she could have gone softer on the girl, at least to where she wasn't being hit multiple times, whether it be through apples or a broomstick. But, putting that aside, the actual casual interactions between these two were so sweet, and Priya genuinely was a real supportive friend to Millie, so I will always appreciate that from her. Unfortunately, however, it's once again how she acted this episode that really set off multiple alarm bells for me. Insinuating that she'll take Millie's wrath for herself while pushing her off? Absolutely not. And what's even worse about this is how it's ultimately brushed aside, like it never happened. At least with Emma, the repercussions of her actions were intentional, and will most likely follow her into next season, but I don't think the show writers really intended that for Priya. I think, at most, they saw it as a somewhat funny and dramatic bit as their conflict escalated, but I refuse to forget Priya's intentions here. I really hate to say this cause I was just talking about how great their friendship was, but Millie deserves better friends than someone that tried to kill her at one point. That's just how I feel. Again, I know it's a cartoon at the end of the day, it's not that serious, but that scene alone unfortunately tanked how I felt about Priya overall. Even factoring in this character derailment, however, I still think Priya was an overall enjoyable and fun camper to watch, and once again, a well-deserved winner of Total Drama. Similar to Bowie, however, she's definitely not winning Season 2, so I can only hope they continue to flesh her character out more in different ways. She mentioned earlier in the season that her dream is medical school. Does she have any other interests or hobbies? What about her potential relationship with Damien? Perhaps that could be a new dynamic for Priya? The possibilities are definitely there, but for now, we see her in the show's final scene, being declared a millionaire by Chris and accepting the final marshmallow. Once again, Priya, congratulations. However, Chris has a surprise for the campers. They are all invited back for a rematch next season. Most are excited, MK not so much. Chef hits a button and music starts playing, with most of the campers dancing. I kind of wanted to go into some of the goofy dances some of them are doing, but this video is already lengthy enough, so I'll just refrain from doing so. Like always though, Chris closes out the episode and the season ends. Well, we did it. We have reached the end of the first season of Total Drama Island 2023. Goodness, what an absolute journey it's been. I think it's safe to say that I felt very passionate about this season when first watching it. I clearly wouldn't have made a 4+ hour long video on it if it wasn't the case. But ultimately, I enjoyed the season a lot. Not perfect, but quite splendid nonetheless. Since I've voiced my thoughts on the season throughout the video, episode by episode, I will do my best to keep this section short and sweet. For positives, I thought the cast was very strong this season, both design-wise and in personality. Now, not everyone was my cup of tea at the end of the day, but as a whole, this cast worked really well together. Challenges were also fun too, some being very creative. I personally really loved the catapult and the ship fighting challenges. Those two were probably my favorites. Oh, and let's not forget about strategy. This is a total drama season after all, and the strategy and scheming delivered here was very fun. Could it have been pushed a bit further? Maybe, but ultimately I was pretty satisfied with what I got. And of course, animation and voice acting were great. I will say though that there were a few moments where I was either confused, frustrated, or simply underwhelmed. MK's elimination for one still kind of confuses me to this day. Emma and Priya's character derailment at the end was frustrating and a bit painful to watch, while Chase and Lauren didn't really have enough to their character in the first place to make them compelling. The last episode's challenge between the final two also felt a bit underwhelming. We got so much focus in the Lava Lake challenge that this last one felt more like an afterthought. Not bad by any means, just not that exciting. If I were to take a step back though and acknowledge the season for what it is, I would say that it was a pretty darn good one. Which kind of upsets me in the sense that I left out so much from this video. My word, there were so many other scenes I could have talked about, so many other character interactions, jokes, confessionals, that ultimately got left out. Truly unfortunate, but hey, now you know why this video is labeled as semi-comprehensive. Or maybe you already knew that from the very beginning. That works too. Ultimately though, I had an absolute blast going through this season, and I am more than excited to see what the second one has in store. And that was the video. Again, wanted to echo that this is indeed my first ever video, from script writing and recording all the way to the editing and uploading process. So, if the general quality isn't up to par or leaves a lot to be desired, then I do sincerely apologize. In a way though, this feels less like my first video and more like my 13th, as I've been going about this whole process piece by piece. I script an episode, record, and edit, then move on to the next one, and so on and so forth. There were certainly hardships along the way with learning the editing software, or realizing that you've recorded an entire episode only for the accompanying audio to not be there, but overall I found the process really thrilling and feel much more comfortable with creating videos. If for whatever reason you decided to watch the entire video from start to finish, I truly do thank you from the bottom of my heart. Do let me know what you think in the comments. I love reading other people's opinions, and I'm sure we can get a fabulous discussion going. If anyone actually watches this video, of course. Well, that's it. That is all. Take care, everyone. And on your way out, don't forget to wipe that icing off your face.